Puppies! Fucking hell.
Hello, guys.
Alright, let's see if this works. Alnus, a good morning to you. What? Oh, friend. Hello, hello. Cheers to you. Coming in, coming in. I'm just keeping a hawk eye on... I'm just keeping a hawk eye on Discord, because in theory, our new robot should be informing people shortly that we are a thing that really exists. In theory. Anyway, sorry, how was your weekend? We've got so much good stuff to chat about. We've got a lovely game to play today. It's going to be a good day. No, that's not a theorization. I am determined today will be a good day. If I have to fight something, I'll do it. Thank you, Fiona. Like, I'm never usually down to for tinnitus dance this early in the day, but I have a simultaneously chipper and fighty attitude about me today. What do you think is the right time to play a game about taking photos of cute dogs? I feel like if we're playing anything like shooty gun bang or multiplayer, I just turn into some like Lord of the... just full-on psychopath. MDH, Rakami, Jonas Wolfgrad, what, oh friends? Come in, come in. Yay, the robot did its job! Woohoo! Except for it put it in the wrong place. Fuck! Let me just fix that whilst we're having a natter. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Tell me about your weekends. Tell me your tales.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho, 7 months of epic waffles and awesome games.
Oh, Ned, thank you kindly. I can't say the conversation has always been stellar on my part, but I'm very proud of the games that I choose for you all, so I hope you're having yourself... thank you, that's a big compliment. Anyway, Van der Beast, head of House of Water, what ho, friend! Erebon got 27 inches of snow. Fucking yo! Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Hello, hello. Oh, Chonorous, glad to hear
Who wants to sing?
Good on you. Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho? Hello, hello. I haven't even started my taxes. I have barely had 2 seconds to rub together, and it took me till 3 in the morning last night to get the absolute bare minimum done. So, woo! Stammering Gamer, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Oh, coding, what ho friend? To Esmeralda the Bean, what ho hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, and Earl, I did see what you were saying. Basically, Earl Koenig is talking about they've done the rechanges to Humble Monthly. It's now... Is it now just Humble Choice? Oh, it's a Tiny Meows. What ho friend? Hello, hello. There could be so many puppies. So many puppies. See, look, I'm eating actual people food. Anyway, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? You know what? I don't need to fix the go live just yet. Okay. I'm just going to make a list of like bot fixes that I'm going to need. Sorry about this. And Rakami, what ho friend? But I am going to wizard veto tax talk, because it's a stressful, miserable time of year that will no doubt drag on for months. So that's the wizard veto on that one. Not that we don't have enough cool stuff to talk about. Lizzie, considering the myriad of different food types that I have seen across the Americas, quite a lot of it could be described as not people food. Birdsting, what ho? Yeah, Wolfgrad just like Sony buying Bungie casually. Though I've got some thoughts and some feelings on that one. Not any like, le gasp, but I've been trying to work out the stratagem on it. So it's like, I think I've got a working theory as to why they bought Bungie, but we'll come back to that when like everybody's in there and everyone's in the house. Actually, to that degree, oh, see, Birdsting, I've been pondering, I've been having a think, I've got some ideas. But Kisa, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Kisa, I'm in two minds whether to show people the thing or whether to wait and deploy it. But I think the thing is very fun. Shackle Chicanas, what ho friend? Hello, hello. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. One thing that is worth mentioning, because it is being discussed a lot, the Bloodborne PlayStation demake. If you are even vaguely interested in that, pick it up sooner rather than later. We'll get into the why, but I don't know how long that'll be up. I have a very strong feeling that there is currently a fight going on inside Sony as to whether or not to pull it, and at some point it's going to have to get pulled down. It's gotten too much coverage. It's too far and wide.
Sony, buying up the games industry, Microsoft. Well fine, we'll make our own Halo.
Oh, the fact that you can now have Crash Bandicoot in Halo. Just thinking about it. Like, just a little, like, Crash Bandicoot keychain. That's all I'm asking. Okie dokie. Well, okay, so let's start by talking about the demake and why I think that there is an internal conflict going on to stop the demake from getting pulled, and why I think you should grab it if you want to play it. See, Birdstink, because of the way fan projects are put together, they're a legal nightmare. So, like, you could hire the developers of a fan game to then make something else after the fact, but there's no way that you can guarantee that everything that's gone into that project is as it says it is. That there isn't, like, I don't know, assets taken from somewhere that you can't confirm or unpaid work added to it. Turning fan games into real games is a fresh, hot nightmare. And it's not just as simple as, well, we'll buy the game and then we'll sell it. Also, it does use Bloodborne, like, in its full works. And whether or not it being a demake is considered, like, copyright infringement, brand infringement, like, IP theft or what have you, I don't know.
Humble store purchase made for $6.79.
So close, so close. Does anyone else feel like the 7 there is kind of like the leave space? Ben Watto, friend. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm just quietly dying here. I'm just loudly dying. Biggs Watto. Ozzy Varbles. Hello, hello. Yeah. 679 kind of feels like the the leave room for Jesus of sex numbers. Can't be the only one who thinks that, right? So yeah, I'm impressed that the Bloodborne demake made it to launch, and I will advise, if you are interested in playing, get it downloaded. It's up on itch, because I don't know how long it'll be there. I think that's going to fold into some of our later conversations today, but from what I've seen, people playing it, having a bloody good time with it. And God, at some point we should sit down and talk about, like, why out of everything that FromSoft put out, Bloodborne is the one that still has people chomping at the bit for more. But that's a conversation for the time. And yes, we can talk about the emotional whiplash of being a Worms fan over the last few days. Yeah, so if any of you want to go grab a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, now is the time, friends. Now is the time. Oh. Okie dokie Lokies. Because we've not been short on stuff to talk about. Also, sorry, where are my fucking manners? Whoever that was that picked something up via the Humble Store link, sincerely thank you. God, I'm all over the place this morning. Okay, so I promise we're not going to get into NERF discussions too hard. Actually, you know what? I can't make that promise. The games industry is currently in a very volatile state, and so far as it's been explained to me, like, NERF's Nufters are kind of at their breaking point. So unfortunately, we're going to be hearing about them a lot more over the coming weeks. The thing that Ben was mentioning was that yesterday, Team 17, the makers of Worms, announced they were going to be doing a Worms NFT project. The internet did not like this, myself included. But even so, it turns out that very few employees and teams being published by Team 17 were made aware of this. So even companies that were directly working with them went, "Oi, no." 24 hours later, they've gotten rid of it, they've cleared it out. So we're okay. Is Worms Armageddon on sale has returned as its sponsor for upcoming Worms tournament. Though I am sad to announce that the Hogs of War substitute tournament will not be going ahead. Sorry, I sent that to Ben as a joke yesterday, and I was like, alright, Worms Armageddon's out, but Hogs of War? Hogs of War is not a good game. The best thing about it is that Rick Mail played the commentator. Everything else about it is hot shite. Also, okay, Wolfgrad, that's a very interesting point, and I want to talk about that for a second. So Wolfgrad was saying that it was a mistake that could have been prevented in today's environment. And, okay. I'm going to try not to bang the "you need to watch this video" drum too hard, but Folding Ideas, Foldable Human, Dan on, another Dan, on, is he a Dan? Yeah, he's a Dan. On YouTube, hang on, I'll just grab you the link. I'm on the internet already. Why am I doing this? Yes, Folding Ideas. And the video is called The Line Goes Up. It is a very, very, very distinct breakdown of the Nufter situation, Nufters being applied to games, and it goes a little into the kinds of individuals that are getting very, very invested in this. And so like what Wolfgrad was saying was that this is a preventable mistake, but there's the disconnect. And this disconnect comes from two places. Like one, like the disconnect of we're not all in the office anymore. We're all in, Teams and Discord and Skype calls and whatever it is that these, companies are using as their go-to communication. What that does is create even more of a gap between person running studio and person making game. There's less connection than there would be even if that, white pasty bloke was in a fucking corner office. Because now there's almost a digital barrier. You can't just DM your boss and be like, "Yo, wanna just chat about nothing?" Dude's gonna be like, "I'm running a company, fuck off." But this disconnect then means that we're essentially seeing bad faith conversations and bad faith advice, because most of the individuals running like mid to large size companies are either very wealthy or it's seeking to be ultra wealthy. Now that step from money to stupid money. So they're looking at the stupid money sphere and what's happening in that space, and it's all about Nufters right now. All about Nufters. It's the new hotness. And so there's a disconnect from PR, there's a disconnect from the development studios, because they're like, "Oh, well, every other big CEO at my CEO, like, digital putt-putt club," or whatever the bloody hell they do now, they can't actually see each other. They're all talking about this. "Oh, so, we've got to get in on this. Oh, we've got an IP, we're ready to go." And so the announcement is made, and maybe only one or two people, maybe CCO, CTO, if that, might be involved in the decision, but they're on the either working towards being rich train or also on the working towards being ultra rich. So that, again, the disconnect. And these announcements go out, and everyone in the studio goes, "What the fuck?" So that's how these feck-ups are happening. The individuals who wish to move into these spaces and the individuals making these choices are so far disconnected from their user bases. So yeah. Ah, yes, the arc from Hitman 2. Very cathartic. Oh, and JP, I hope I said hello. Did anyone not get a hello from me when they came in? Alice, did I say hi? Yeah, no, you were first in. Anyway, the good thing, Team 17 made their announcement, and everyone went, feck off. And they went, you know what? This wasn't dumb. We're okay with that. Oh, Aiden, Watto, hello, hello. So, I definitely think that's something to be celebrated. Ubisoft is still doubling down on their nonsense. I did a bit of digging last night into the current state of the pay-to-earn sphere, and it's horrifying. So, I definitely find Ubisoft's move into NFTs to be egregious to the point of offensive now. As before, I thought it was like, oh, look at Ubisoft falling for the scheme. Look, you know, the Emperor has no clothes. But now it's like, no, they're trying to move into a space which is so rancid. Like, okay, I'm probably gonna make a bunch of you feel old now, and I apologize for this. I don't take joy in it, but I need to find. Sorry, friends, I'm giving you all a lot of essential watching today, because People Make Games did a wonderful video about this, about one of the earliest, most notable pay-to-earn games. Here we go. So, it's Entropa Universe. Now, Entropa Universe became famous because in-game currency can be turned into real dollars. And it hit big time. It hit big time news when someone sold a nightclub inside this for like 25k. Actually, Ben, not hungover today. I tried to get hungover, but I had some food and a little bit of booze last night and slept through all the important points of the last 3 episodes of Doom Patrol. So I need to finish watching Doom Patrol again. That's not a story. Just Aperio saying, I'm sure Ubisoft will do fine. Just like when they got into the Battle Royale genre with Hyperscape. Hey. Anyway, the reason why I wanted to talk about Entropa Universe is because it is shady. Now, it's not as vile as it could be, but it is not good. And if you've got time, the link that I just dropped in is a really good breakdown on this. The reason why I'd love you to have a watch of that, if you have time, is because a lot of the pay-to-earn game theories... a lot of the pay-to-earn games that currently exist are much worse. Much, much worse. And by the notion of the technology it's using, it's even worse. And yes, Wraith, there is also the Square Enix in there. The problem is people still want to pay for fun. Yes. So I don't want to tell you that I'm like... This is definitely something that I personally am going to be very vocally against. Like, as I said, I've done a bit of proper digging into what pay to earn actually means from people coming from the Nerf to space, and it's horrible. It's utterly horrible. And what it would do to video games as a whole makes Devolver's loot box coin look like a sunny walk in the park with Winnie the unlicensed Pooh. Now the thing is, we don't hear about a lot of these pay-to-earn games because they mostly exist in like the mobile and free-to-play space. Like, they're doing their own thing outside of the core, and from what I can see, only a couple are actually making anything like a sustainable amount of cash. And most of them are suffering from wild fluctuations. But, anyway, sorry. I didn't mean to go off onto a rant on unrelated topics. I just wanted to just highlight how companies are making these announcements and getting into these spaces, even though it seems so obvious to those of us on the ground. That's a fucking terrible idea. You know what? It's been 25 minutes. All right, you want to talk about the spicy stuff? Because I mean, it's a lot of spice. Oh, just very quickly, even Troy Baker backpedaled on his nerf to nonsense, which did make me smile. Okay, so JP was asking, how about the feel about like Warframe and players selling skin ideas and getting a cut from the sales? It's more complex. Creating assets for a game and the creators getting cash is something that we have been doing for a while. TF2 does it, Dota does it, PlanetSide 2. These creative programs are... They're a kind of a symbiotic relationship. Games companies can't produce enough assets to meet demand. And having users be able to create things that can be then sold in the ecosystem. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it. It's closer to... I'm trying to think of a good analogy for that one. Because, no, it is a very interesting thing to point out. Now, the things that has that the other doesn't is there's no digital scarcity. I met a bunch of wonderful individuals years back who made assets for Dota and TF2. And especially during the initial spike of those, they made a ton of money. But the thing was, hey, Flip, Watto and welcome! Come on in. JP was just asking about games that have user-created assets in them that are available for sale. But the way in which that is different from play to earn. So you make a Warframe skin, right? What you have done is you have sat down with a 3D modeling tool, your artistic skills, you have made something and you have put it forward. It's closer to the gig economy in terms of how it works because you're reliant on social strata you're reliant on social clout, I should say digital social clout, or artistic talent for your assets to make it into the game. They get chosen either by the developers or the community. You put it in. And Flip, I'll get... EVE Online isn't pay to earn because there's no way for you to take currency out of the game without going through black market stuff. So there is no system within the game or the game's extended services for you to say, right, I'm going to sell my spaceship and you're going to give me $20. What JP is talking about is like user-created assets in games. Now again, gig economy's not great, right? Like, what you're essentially doing is you're asking 100 people, make me something for free, and I will pick 2 of you who can then make some money off of your time. The rest of you, feck off. The other side is looking at it like, you don't need to have an established portfolio of games. If you can create an asset that's good enough, then you get in. But what happens from there is that those purchases and sales are made within the confines of the game already existing, and the artist gets a cut. Or sometimes they get a big chunk of money up front. when we talk about pay-to-earn games, those are titles where you are earning something that can be turned directly into currency. That's why I wanted to share that Entropa universe with you, because that was pretty much what pay-to-earn games looked like before the big Nufta explosion. Because what would happen is in Tropa, you earned in-game currency, and then you would go, right, I'm going to take this in-game currency, and I'm going to request it be turned into real-world dollars. And they do a bunch of shady stuff to stop you taking the money out. There's a whole bunch to it. Again, the team over at People Make Games are exceptional. Please watch that video. You know what? I'll do a double jump on the link. And Sadlin, thank you for sharing that as well. Because like the gig economy of creating in-game items is complex, and it is not all good. But there are some situations where individuals that did not have access to an audience were able to make a decent amount of money from doing that. And Flip, most of the loopholes are things like the amount of money the amount of time it takes to transfer your cash into, your in-game currency into cash, and the myriad of systems that they use to try and convince you to keep it in the system. Same sort of things that Roblox uses. But again, that's another story. Also, People Make Games' breakdown of Roblox is fascinating. Now, what got me looking into this whole pay-to-earn thing is that rather than having in-game currency turned into actual currency, so something a game developer controls turned into something you can spend. The pay-to-earn systems that are currently being touted, especially around NFTs and all that bollocks, is that your assets within the game are worth cryptocurrency amounts. Something that is wildly fluctuating, something that is affected by so many other elements and completely off the feckin' grid. And that you then have to be able to turn a cryptocurrency into real cash, which is a fresh hot fucking nightmare. So you take all the worst ideas of these kinds of titles. Bear in mind, like the most successful pay-to-earn title at the moment that I know about is it's mentioned in The Line Goes Up, but it's kind of like a PvP card gamey mess. But because of that, God, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It's like trying to play Magic to earn a living because of all the items you could generate from various minigame farming things around Magic. But the price of the cards and the value of the currency you use to buy those cards fluctuates insanely. And I do not use that term lightly. As of my looking into it the last couple of days... Aiden, have a lovely rest of your evening. The buy-in for that particular title was... To be able to start playing, you were looking at like $100 to $120 US. And it's like... Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring this into it. It was just, it's been on my mind a lot, and when I initially read the posts by Square Enix and Ubisoft and stuff like that, I was like, silly game companies, falling for a pyramid scheme, oh, you big dum-dums. Whereas now I'm like, if you start going into this space, this is a vitriolic, horrible methodology. Like, we're not talking about, like, gacha rates on, free-to-play titles. We're talking about some truly insidious, nasty bad. And I'm like, But rage does fuel interesting conversations. Oh, okay, sorry, jumping back. Salen was making a very interesting point about the Warframe stuff. So apparently, Digital Extremes, while they don't pay people for their submission, they don't take ownership of the art like other speculative contests, and they provide feedback. Yo! Sorry, so if you've never seen it, a lot of those kind of community submission contests or community submission systems, you basically give up your art when you submit it, whether they take it or not. That's usually to just protect the company legally, but it's also not good. So to hear that Digital Extremes are going the extra mile, because that is extra work on their part. Oh yeah, Alice, I see we got to the same point about the buy-in point. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I kept trying to bring the conversation over to some other spots, and then it kept going all over the house. So, who wants to talk about Sony? Who wants to talk about Bungie? Sorry, I didn't mean that like a call and response thing. I wasn't kind of going for like a, hey! I've been wanting to talk about this.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How do trees get online? They just log in.
Kandarian, thank you kindly. And thank you for 39 months. Someone's going to be procking a 40th, and I'm not ready. Wait, Sadlin, are you friends with James Landino as well? Well, okay, so Shackle and Tiny Meows, let's not do too much Nuftas are bad spam in Discord, just because let's keep people's sanity together as best we can, you know what I mean? But I do want to talk about Sony buying Bungie, and Barry's just like, it's not that exciting. Oh, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. Okay. See, I was pondering this, because, you're right. Shackle's like, I want Sony's Halo, blackjack and hookers. At first, I was like, oh, crud. As a lot of people have been saying, is that Sony doesn't have a big games of service hit that springs to mind. And, you know, Destiny is a powerful title. The marketing around Destiny has moved back and forward. Sony put in a lot of cash during Destiny 2's campaign, so that it was always play on PlayStation. Even though it wasn't an exclusive title, Sony put the cash in. So that's where that kind of that cohesion came from first. But I've been pondering this, and I'm like, Destiny's kind of hit market saturation, right? Okay, so we've got the new expansion coming out, the Queen of Stab Farts, or whatever it's called. And that'll no doubt see a spike. And that will be a lot of revenue. But it's not something that's going to be continuously selling. Like, Destiny has moved to a cosmetics business model, which is better. Doesn't generate the same amount of revenue, which is a good thing. Like, not all games need to be making all the money all the time. But I'm like, shit. That seems like a large spend for a title that they're not going to get exclusivity on. And they're not going to get a huge injection of cash, and then boof. It hits me. Bungie's cooking up something new. Bungie is cooking up a new title. And Sony are basically planning on doing the Bloodborne playbook again. Now, whether or not it's a game of service title, or whether it's a more close kind of like single-player experience, that's what they're buying. Destiny's completely superfluous. I mean, it's going to make them a bit of extra bank, and Sony's probably like, it's not going to hurt. But nah, it's about what Bungie's got cooking up. Sony are going with a tried and true strategy of a platform exclusive, and they're going to use the weight of Bungie and its fandom. And you know what? Could work. I mean, it's a huge amount of pressure on the title. But if Sony has the pockets to let them have the time on it, like... Because let's be honest, like, Destiny 1's biggest problem was that ActiBliz did not give them enough time to turn it into what they wanted. You know, I mean, it's been well documented by this point how much behind-the-scenes stress there was, the time constraints the teams were under, and how the 10-year plan quickly shifted into a Destiny 2 plan. So yeah, that's where I'm fascinated. So now the question is, what are they going to be going for? Safe money's on another FPS. Safer money still is on FPS with games of service designs, especially looking at how well Halo Infinite has done by like games of service, the multiplayer, and then release the single player. It's very smart. I mean, especially considering that like in the past, the play was usually get the single player out and then slowly roll out the multiplayer to the hardcore. Varbles, I'd be fascinated to see who's actually got the license to Oni. Let's have a quick look while we're chatting. Ugh. Yeah, Oni was Rockstar. Ew. Well, Take-Two now, I guess, so... So jumping back in. Oh, Colin Cap says, how long of a future investment would this be? Destiny 2 has had a plan to go for 2 more years, plus vague, ambiguous continuations. I think this year we'll see the announcement of whatever it is they're cooking up, and then that'll give us a time frame from there. But they might be announcing early, just to kind of flip someone the bird, you know? Because this is not a great insight into the games industry at all. This year's announcement season, I don't want to call it E3 anymore, but you know what I mean. The summer announcement season, the time of year formerly known as E3, is going to be a fucking war zone this year. Because we've got some big swingers. And Bungie is an incredibly talented studio at producing a very specific game. But they've very much been we make one game, then we make the next one, then we make the next one. Obviously they have prototyping teams or an R&D team or what have you. And there's no doubt that with Destiny finally doing its whole, it's going to be around for 10 years plan, that they've probably they're going to be slowly fractioning Destiny off into its own thing altogether, and then main studio will be working on whatever Sony IP is. I mean, that's the smart play. That way, Destiny is always going. Destiny keeps Bungie afloat. They can work on fresh new IP, now paid for by Sony. But that means Bungie has one hit, one big game to bring to bear. And looking at Microsoft's aggressive acquisitions, they may have a huge swath of stuff to bring. Because whilst we are very engaged in the core, and again, this is not going to be ignoring any of the bad things that's been going on at ActiveBliz or anything like that, they have face-rockingly large world-class IPs. Like, for as much as the morality around it is being discussed, like, Overwatch 2 is going to sell a shit ton of copies. Like, even though StarCraft 2 never kind of eclipsed StarCraft, it still sold, let me check my notes here, a fuck ton. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's an Imperial fuck ton. Alongside, you know, fucking Diablo. World of Warcraft will probably continue to, you know, will continue with a slow decline moving forward, but it won't stop. It'll keep making cash. Yeah, and Ehrman, you're entirely right. The king side of it makes it worth as well. There's me forgetting. So, it's going to be interesting to see what the battlegrounds of this summer are going to look like. Also, I think Bethesda are starting to cook up their PR machine on next Elder Scrolls. Like, they did their title announcement a while back, and it's like, you know what, alright, it's a tactical move. Aperios, I mean, that's an interesting concept. Sorry, Aperios is putting forward, is it possible that Sony made the Bungie acquisition to help with their games of service stuff or their online functionality across the board? It's not a bad shout. I mean, it's a place where Sony have struggled for a long time. And their business model does involve a large proportion of online service stuff. But honestly, I wonder how much effect they can have. From what I've understood, colloquially or I forgot how people words work. From what I've heard from talking to friends in that space, like, a lot of the difficulties with working with PlayStation as an online platform are pretty inherent to the whole darn thing. There's a lot of functionality they just don't have that other services do. So, if they're at a platform level, I wonder how much influence a US studio can have on a Japanese company. Though it still amazes me how agonizingly painful the PlayStation Online experience is. Neo Shadow? I don't know, is the answer. I hope so. Microsoft is an unwieldy giant of an operation, but they do have a lot of affirmative action and representation groups within Microsoft as a whole. And considering how public all of the nonsense has been, I can see them cleaning house. But if I understand correctly, both of these purchases have been proposed, not... they have not been inked yet. I'd need to... Hang on, I'm just going to check my notes in the hot sheets. No, I'd have to have a look into that proper. So, Varbles is saying it. ABK is supposed to close mid 2023. Okay. Now, the good thing about it being a creative industry is that this won't affect games output, but it does mean that Microsoft won't have the power to move in just yet. Ugh. I'm not worried about... Okay, I shouldn't say worried, because I'm not necessarily invested. I don't think that the FTC will say boo to a ghost on this one. But we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, and Pupperazzi, you are right, Nvidia did get blocked, but Nvidia doesn't have Microsoft money. Like, you ever seen the film adaptation of World War Z? Even though it's a disaster, the bit where kind of like the wall of zombies kind of pours out across the streets like water. Imagine that, but it's lawyers. Good, expensive lawyers. Microsoft can afford to do that. They can just go, army, handle it. And Sailor makes a very, very good point, which is until the acquisition is solid, Microsoft won't be able to do anything. And they will need to be careful about communication between the employees of the two companies. Yeah. Yeah. Meow Kitty Sakura, nice quiet week in the games industry. Yesterday, fucking hell. It was like... Oh, I had so many plans. I was going to get so much done. Yeah, Varbles, it's only Tuesday. Salem was saying that their company got held up for 6 months thanks to an investigation from a UK trade organisation. Yes. It can absolutely slow the process down. Now, again, this isn't a sphere I know as well as a lot of like core games industry stuff, so I don't want to speak with authority. However, there's been the discussion about whether or not art or IP can be seen as something to be monopolized is still a discussion. If Microsoft buys most of the shooty gunbang games, they have not deprived users of a resource or a service or a product. They've unfortunately deprived them of a form of art, but there are other shooty gunbangs that can be still accessed by users. You know what I mean? Okay. So we're kind of discussing in circles here. Other quick little things for those of you making video games. Valve have reduced the Steam discount cycle to 28 days. That means you only have to wait 28 days between sales of your video game. Putting your game on sale. Yeah, Aperios, earlier it was a case of, I think it was 4 months was the time between sales, not counting holiday, launch. Yeah, not counting holiday and launch, with some exceptions to big publisher sales and stuff like that. Ooh, okay. So, Sadlin, thank you for adding that. I wasn't aware of this. So, Sadlin's adding, the curious thing is that antitrust stuff has typically been handled by the Justice Department in the US. The FTC wants to transition back to the FTC, with this being its first super high-profile merger that they'll be handling directly. Curious. Very curious indeed. So Aperios, by my understanding, the cut is still the same. But because the amount of copies you sell is exponentially higher. So, like, when Steam does a platform sale now, you can opt out. Actually, I think you have to opt in, which is a very good idea because Steam is basically putting promotion target. It's not as great as it was, but it's still good. Ah, hookshot, no! No! See, I can't even say I bought your game because you gave me a copy. No. All right. Okay, it isn't doing that bad. All right, all right. But as I'm allowed to do because it's my show, that is Hookshot's current title available on Steam. Please give it a wish list, and if you've got $9 to spare, that'd be feckin' cool of you. Oh, on the subject of sales, by the way, you've still got 2 more days on the Lunar New Year's sale on Steam, and I believe there's still a sale going on for Humble. But their thing is they just changed their monthly subscription service thing around, I think. Oh, Aperios, we were discussing that earlier. Sorry, Aperios was asking if we're going to be playing the Bloodborne PSX that's going to be floating around. I don't know when we're going to play it. We should give it a go. What I will say, though, friends, is pick it up now. The reason why... Okay, so you know what we're saying about Bungie? Sony has gone out of their way to acquire Bungie as a studio. I personally theorize it's because of an unannounced project, which is going to be a big, aggressive push to restamp PlayStation as an independent brand with a really strong first-party lineup. They're not strictly first-party, but you know what I mean. One of their strongest titles to do this so far is Bloodborne, which, by my understanding, is still selling. People are still buying copies of Bloodborne. Like, no. It's still doing good. It has a tail longer than a super dragon. But this also means it's very precious. If Bloodborne were to go undefended, it's possible they could start losing value to one of their strongest assets right now. Well, okay, Jackie, you joke, but what Sony has been doing is increasing production of PS4s and leveraging the PlayStation 4's strong backcat to essentially keep themselves in the game. It's kind of fascinating. The PS5's selling... Alright, you know what? I think, Salem, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, because I want to. And I do think it's genuinely important that... Okay. I'd be still curious to find out who it was that discovered Vampire Saviors first. Like, why it has become as huge. Because I didn't start seeing it until it popped up on RPS, Rock Paper Shotgun. But God. Oh, Neo Shadow, PS5s are still very difficult to get hold of. Not impossible, but difficult. Sailors, a lot of folks are crediting YouTuber Splattercat. Oh, good. Splattercat Gaming. I don't remember if I've met him or not. I might be thinking of a different cat. No, wait, no. Sailor, I'm so sorry. Turns out it was, in fact, Aperios Unlimited, the champion of Vampire Survivor. Okay. So, I've been watching a lot of Doom Patrol, and I am reminded of one of the characters making a fascinating statement, which is that in a world attempting to crush us, in a world where the very systems we use to communicate are being twisted to just show us constant misery, that the choice to not only be happy but bring happiness to others is pretty fucking punk. And I think about that, and then I think about games like Vampire Survivor. And I know this seems like it's weird, but I promise you, I'm bringing it together. So, if you haven't seen it, Vampire Survivors is the little game that could. Jackie, I absolutely would not stream Vampire Saviors. It's so fucking boring to watch, but it's so fun to play. So, I've dropped the link in there. That is Vampire Survivors. It's a... Fucking hell. It's a simple... It's not quite an idle game. Not quite an action game. It's often been described as a reverse bullet hell, where you are the hell that brings the bullets. You know, Alice, that's a good point. A reverse bullet hell with the number go up philosophy of idle games. Yeah, in a very, very good way. Except for it's a single purchase and done. It's fucking brilliant, and there's so much, friends, that I want to point to about this game. Firstly, the pure simplicity of it. The core experience is incredibly fun. It's another keep going until you die kind of title. The aesthetic is entirely Castlevania-esque. That is to say, it looks like people have drawn their own sprite versions. The art is a little bit janky. It's a little bit old school. All the sprites are what you would expect from kind of like a 2D on platformer, but it's an open moving plane. But it's so good. It's so much fun. The only reason I haven't racked up more hours is I haven't had the hours to rack up. And now, the reason why I wanted to mention about being happy, the reason why I wanted to talk about this one, is that it is just that. It is a simplistic title purely based on fun. We talk so much about, creating games ourselves. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. All right, Saglin, you're on point today, dude. Did I buy you a pint last time we hung out? I need to buy you a pint. So, if you want to see what I'm talking about, if you click the link that Salem provided, that's the in-browser demo you can play over on itch.io, which is fucking rad. Perios is like, you play it right now as we speak. Oh yeah, so I just turn into a drooling monosyllabic mess as I just kind of go. So but I've been weirdly listening to a lot of Value Select while I play it, so it's created this very strange experience in my head. But that's not a story. It is the antithesis of make a really fun core game loop and then add on. There is no story. There is no narrative. It's not trying to artistically say something. It is trying to make you feel something. And what it is awesome. Like, it absolutely takes the idle game style of numbers go up and pours it into an existing bucket of fun. The fun bucket is full. I don't want to call it that. But to my understanding, this is a... Well, I don't want to say solo, because I think he commissioned an artist for the key art. Yeah, the fun bucket's already full. But if you have a look over on the Steam page, like, this came out mid-December last year. Usually an awful time to release a game. And it already has just close to 20,000 positive reviews on Steam. For an early access title as well. I just... Vanderbeest? No. That's more cut runs over. Sorry. I've done it! I used to be a polite gentleman. You lot have turned me into. But no... Sorry. Oh, no, you're right, Ozymandias. There could be no more fun. The fun bucket is full. God darn it. Wish I'd never said that. Okay, but the reason why I want to talk about this is that this is an indie creation published under an individual's own Steam that has done gangbusters at $3 a pop. Like... Saban, again, you're making great points all this morning. The best feature of this game is you can play it one-handed, because you only need to control the left stick. So when you do the rest, you pet the cat, obviously.
What hope?
And Crux, a what ho to you, friend. Hello. How goes it, you lovely mother hobbit? You lovely mother hobbit. You know what? I thought there were some changes to the levels, but I only really got to play like half an hour last night while I was just trying to switch my brain off from trying to do everything ever. So Alnus, that's what I was asking. It looks like... Sorry, Alnus was saying that they'd love to know how they approach marketing because it looks like good games sell themselves, but we know that wasn't the case. Now, I don't know if the demo on Itch was available before the title started seeing success. I couldn't tell you that. What I can say is the thing I was asking Salen about, which was apparently Splattercat Gaming managed to find the title and propel it forward. So, we're looking at a good game that had a lightning strike of fun. God, why is everything fun striking today? So yeah, I think we can point out that we can point to one moment that propped this into the stratosphere. You then combine that with a nice, easy price point, an accessible, fun title. Piss in a bin. Hang on a second. Sorry, friends. Fiona knocked herself out the flat. But she did the Peroon voice. Was like, trying to say, oh, hello, I've knocked myself out the flat. But the little comms thing is busted. It was not busted. It's not great. So I thought it was just some rando trying to be weird. And I was about to be like, fuck off! I'm doing a show. I'm hanging out with my people. Wolfcrad, sorry. Crocs, I hope so, thank you. Wolfcrad, thank you for the 100 bits. I also prefer bits in a pint glass to piss in a bin. But let me tell you, get you a puppy. And you will know the amount of piss, the likes of which has never been seen before, may never be seen again. Oh, hang on, got my wristbands. Okie dokie Lokies, what were we chatting about? Oh wait, no. Okay, sorry. Yesterday was just a particularly difficult day for me and Fiona, but that's another story. And JP, that is an interesting question. Why is this track so very popular? Okay. My apologies. Alright, I'm back. Always get discombobulated when stuff's going down. So what are we now talking about? Oh, we're talking about Vampire Survivors. God. Well, Favor 6, don't bring them in here. Okay, sorry. Okay, no, we're all right. Sorry, Steve just popped up with Steve disconnected. I was like, don't fucking dare. No, we're good. No. So the thing I wanted to talk about is I've spoken a lot at great length about how good games don't sell themselves, and I feel that's an important thing. I think that's an important thing to focus on, because you can never control the chaos of luck. You know, I wish you all great luck in your endeavors. May your video games sell as many copies as, by just the pure luck of having the right video in the right place at the right time. But it's not something you can plan for, and so that's why I tend to focus against it. I tend to want to break down alright, here's how this happened. Here's why this ended up spiraling. It wasn't that Vampire Survivors hit upon a genre that we were missing, although its blend of other spaces is really good. And honestly, it's worth thinking about how Vampire Survivors takes the idle game elements and mixes them in a manner that has not really been blended in a similar style. Hey, Bobby. Oh yes, and as Salem is saying, this is someone who works in the gaming space as part of their day job. Hello, you little piss monster. Hello. Who works in the gaming space and has made multiple like small and game jam titles. Yeah, so it's not their first time moonshot, and it also means that like creating and evolving, especially experiential titles, the chances that you're going to hit upon a game loop that's really tight, that's really good, increases with each attempt. And if it's not the only part of your job, that does take a lot of pressure off. Like I said, the thing I'm going to be really curious about, let me grab that. The thing I'm going to be really curious about is whether or not the demo on itch appeared before or after. So kind of look at this person's itch.io page to see if there's anything else. No, it's just that for the moment. Okay. So I think it's important that we understand why games become popular. Because if we start getting into the mentality of, oh, well, users just like X, then we get another thing like the MOBA bubble. Oh, God, the MOBA bubble. And I don't want to see that happen to anybody. Because going into development with false information, bad information, I should say, can mean that you can spend 2 years working on a project that's not going to sell. And by the time you get there, you can't even pivot it. And Darren Maniac, Watto friend, hello, hello. We've just been having a natter about just so much gaming news right now. Everything happens so much. Honestly, at this point, I just keep gi.biz open on another tab, and every time I get distracted for a second, I just do a quick refresh just in case another game's shockingly huge piece of news has dropped. You know, standard stuff. God, sorry, I keep losing my my train of thought on this one. I do apologise. I think it's because I desperately want to play more Vampire Survivors. It's a genuinely fun game, and it's another really good example about accessibility versus challenge as well. Like, Vampire Survivors is accessible to so many people because the limited amount of inputs required. Vampire Survivors is about luck and choice. The idea being, slay monsters, pick up gems. Gems give you XP. Each time you hit a level, you get the choice of like 1 of 3, or if you're very lucky, 4, either weapons or abilities. You choose these items, they give you bonuses, 10% more damage, 10% larger radius on your attacks, or like an extra improvement to one of your weapons, that kind of thing. But the thing is, you only ever need to do is move one stick around. And you could easily map that to so many different things. But it's a challenging game, because the goal is always to lose. Oh, I shouldn't say the goal. Like, you're always going to lose a run. Eventually, enough monsters will show up beyond your scale, beyond your scope and your powers, and you get killed. Or, you get really far, beat a level monster, it keeps going, and then you unlock hyper mode, which is the same but faster. Kind of like me on caffeine, as I like to say. Doing dumb things, but faster. Now, it's a really, really good title to look at on that discussion. I promise we don't have to go back into it, because I know we've discussed it a lot, and there's still so much to unpack. Not this track. But it's a fascinating thing to think about. This is not an easy game, right? This is not something that could be described as casual by any means. But in terms of the amount of inputs that you have to make and the requirements on reaction speed, like, the only thing that I could say would be the visual style can get very, very intense, and is definitely a title to play if you suffer from anything even close to like light-based epilepsy or things like that. And it can be difficult to read at times, but in a strange way, the obfuscation of what's there is meant to inspire the challenge of it. You know, do you try and cut your way through the herd because you think you saw a red gem? Or do you keep luring them away, slowly chipping away at them, but slowing the speed at which you level? Oh, that's good. Anyway, seriously, if you've got $3, pick up Vampire Survivors, give it a play. Even if it's not your jam, you'll be able to see pretty quickly why I'm pointing to it. The sprite style that's so evocative of Castlevania, easy, incredibly accessible gameplay, very fun game loop. Like, what's not to like, friends? Sorry, I don't mean to just gush about it. It's lovely to see a little title like that do so well. And it is also important to point out that it's not just magically doing well out of nothing. You know, we've had some friendos here in the Longship who have made a game, released it, and it's been a good game that was released. But there is no one and done in this current games industry. There is no, I made a game with zombies in it. Do you know what I mean? We're past that point. But there's still so much opportunity for success. And for creativity. I mean, if all you want to do is just make games happily and not worry about it, making small games in your spare time, letting your day job fuel your passions, fuck yeah! Like, go for it. And I know how hypocritical of me that is to say, because I love doing this, and I get to do this for a living, which is fucking brilliant and amazing. But it's okay to enjoy the process of doing it and not have it be your job. I don't know. I'm not countering anyone's points at the moment, but I do feel like I'm really guilty of trying to push everyone into the games industry as a whole by virtue of saying how much I love it and, you know, the stories that come from it and my general passions. But it doesn't have to be everything, you know? I keep thinking about that wonderful talk we had with Steve, and how he was saying that what he was really enjoying about his game creation was getting to work on it with his family. And I'm like, you could do that anyway. It would be a slow process. I mean, you'd only be able to do like an hour or two every couple of days. It might take you, 4 or 5 years to make even a small game, but the process of making it would be lovely. And then having something crafted like that at the end, like, that's great, because it doesn't have to be your entire fiscal life. You have some fucking fun with it, yo! I'd love to see you all make a shit ton of money from your art. If you all end up being bloody millionaires, that would make me very happy. With caffeine, Watto friend. Hello, hello. I guess at this point I'm just getting all arty-farty in my nattering. Anyway. I think that's it for the core Vigigamery. I guess the other thing that people have been talking about has been Wordle. Wordle's acquisition by the New York Times. And you know what? Props to the person. Wordle as a game probably only has about, I don't know, maybe a week or two left in it, if that. Like, as everyone starts getting busier as the year picks up. Like, it's one of those little, like, flash-in-the-pan cultural things that I do not think has legs. So, selling it when you get the opportunity and then being like, boy, is better than watching 50 dodgy companies rip you off, them all make stupid money, and then they go buy once it's been done. Caffeine's saying they're using Wordle as a mental wake-up with coffee. Oh, lovely. And Jax has heard some good stuff about Loodle. It's the same thing, but with smuttier words. And Fred? Watto friend? Okay, not... Shh. There we go. Sorry, the tunes were getting a bit... Ooh. And yeah, so we'll see if the New York Times purchase affects that. But honestly, the format is so simple. We'll see a lot of different variations and probably a burnout, followed by just an echoing. So, I mean, I'm just thinking, like, props to the person who made it. They managed to get their idea into the hands of someone with some cash before it just drifted away, you know? And it was really interesting to see some of the digital storefronts, like, stepping up and actually putting a stop to some of just the blatant rip-offs that were doing the rounds. So yeah. Fred saying, how many Wordle buyouts does it take to buy one Destiny 2? Well, we had a long natter about that this morning. I mean, I'll give you my TLDR, which is that I think that the bulk of the acquisition is for Bungie's unannounced next title. I think with their transition of Destiny 2 basically turning into Destiny, a games of service game, I think that Destiny just going to continue to just tick along happily for a while. I think we'll see a surge when the next expansion comes out, but they've also made their pricing very complicated of late, so... But I think this acquisition is specifically for something that Bungie are cooking up that will be a PlayStation exclusive. And whether that's PlayStation as a platform or PlayStation as a console, couldn't tell you. But I think that's where we're at. That's the play I see. Like, get Bungie to make them a game that sells consoles, that locks people into PlayStation.
What ho Vikings? I hear we're going to play with DAGS today.
Feck yeah, we're going to play with some DAGS today. We're actually going to be dressing dogs and taking photos of them as they are feckin' adorable around the place. I'm very excited today. But with the deluge of game news and discussion topics, there's also a pretty banterific setup. Oh yeah, no, Alnus, I completely forget to mention that. Welcome to Pupper Week. It wasn't until I finished doing the schedule and posted it last night. Every game this week involves dogs. Every game. So today, Pupperazzi taking photos of dogs. Tomorrow, Hades, Cerberus, the big three-headed fluffy of fluffiness. On Thursday, we're playing a sort of horror game, but not quite, but sort of. We're playing Skinwalker Hunt, which is a terrible name. But the game is a semi-procedurally generated open-world title where you try and track down a skinwalker and stop it. And you have a puppy that helps you. Friday, Monster Hunter Rise, where we will power drift some dogs around the field. It's going to be great. Then Saturday, I'm taking some dogs on a dog sledding adventure. I got recommended Arctico. I mean, caffeine, what you lot play while I'm careening around the ice is entirely fine, but I think the fun of a big Stellaris game is having a nice long day to hang out, chat with everybody, play and discuss. I have not come up with a way to stream a large group of people playing Stellaris that is fun to watch yet. And Fred, that's the type I was talking about. You know what, Wolfgrad, that's a good concept for an indie horror game. Well, okay, pseudo indie horror. So what you do is, yeah, the game's called Puppy That Helps You, and you play the dog friend helping the person get through a horror game. So you can see all the stuff coming and when things are going to happen because you're a dog, you've got great eyesight, and you can smell, so you know the monster's around the corner. There's nothing to jump out at you. And you're a dog, you're not getting eaten by zombies, but you have to help the human who's going through a horror game. That would be feckin' fun. But yeah, Fred, that's the title in question. It's been pitched to me as kind of like similar to. I mean, I don't want to just say Subnautica because it has base building and elements. It's Astroneer. That was the one I was trying to think of. Yeah, it has elements similar to like Astroneer and stuff like that, where you you're on an ice planet, making a little ice base and going off and exploring, but you also have an actual setup of sled dogs you got to look after. At some point, you can get like a flying balloon. It's great. Fred says a puppy friend game like that. There'd better be a lot of fetch quests. Get out of my house, and then please come back. Yeah, it could work. Insanity mechanic like amnesia, except it's your signal to console a human. It could work. But yeah, so that's the lineup of DAG-themed titles we have this week. Also, I've slowly been making more progress on the keyword spiders thread. Except for I affect the QR code thing, and now I can't get it to work again. That's in the story. Sorry, I just told you a small sliver of a much larger story that honestly I don't know if anyone apart from me and maybe Wolfgrad care about. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Can't believe the record player works. That was my I can't believe you've done this moment. Okie dokie Lokis. I was quite tempted to throw Monster Sanctuary in as well. But this. Thank you. Stab Steam in the gabber as it's been a bastard. You know what? Let's go take some photos of some very, very pretty dogs and go from there, friends. Wolfgrad, I know what you mean. But it's kind of nice, you know? Ages back. During kind of like the nerdcore rise, there was this wonderful little ARG puzzle hidden into an MC Frontalot album, which was fascinating. And I loved about it was that you couldn't just Google how to do it. Again, because everyone who did it kept stum. And I thought that was fascinating, because the same album had the, was it like the worst poor hidden track of all time, followed by the most meticulous hidden track of all time. Yeah, just like the old days. Phone line, you could call for hints. Those glorious Nintendo days. Although we didn't actually have the same kind of services in the UK, so... Or did we? I can't remember now. I remember calling up one specific line, and no one could give me the information I wanted. Pausing the music. I'll let the video game do the talking. It was one of those titles where it was more, I wanted it to be doing a certain... I wanted the game to be able to do something that it couldn't. Gonna take so many photos of dogs, it's gonna be a good day. You gonna do the thing? Oh, also, friendos, if you missed the guinea pig stream, oh god, that's loud. Feckin' is! Ah! There we go. Bleed Nora. Okay, I'm awake now. There we go. God, it's getting the hot piss out of me. Hook shot. From the bottom of my heart, 1 million thank you. Because the thing is, being able to turn a game up if you can't hear it is great. But having it scare the absolute hot piss out of you when you start it up, and then having to turn it down, less good. God, it's like the Dark Souls series doesn't load your save settings until you hit the press start on the main screen. And every time I'm like, alright, just gonna start some Dark Souls 3. Okay, let me have a look at my coffee. Let me make some... Oh, God! As a chorus of yelling comes forth from the bonfire. I'm like, fuck! Why was that needed? What I was going to say before we got started is... if you didn't get the chance to watch the guinea pig stream from the weekend... so, Lyris, I did mean what I said. I will be blepping with your good self about when we're going to do the Perun voice stream. If you didn't see it, Perun got to actually be the host of the stream, and it was real fun. Although it did end up being very, I think, a little bit stressful for him. But when we had the technical difficulties, they have now been stitched together. So, if you would like to watch it in its proper entirety, that is a thing that you can do. See Perun living his little best life. Kisa, what are you talking about? You've played Inscription, it's fine. It's just Perun's twice as strong now. Okie dokie. God, I really want an excuse to play some more Inscription. I might go for an all achievements run, because I think I got most of them, except for I need to do the one where you have two creatures that have been stitched together getting stitched together. And I think... because I managed to do the Murder by Squirrels, which I'm very proud of. Oh, Kisa, I'm already eyeballs deep in the mod. I just haven't had the chance to play it enough. My life is literally all run by dog right now. Like, remember how I was going to have a Friday off? Do you remember that? God. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. Friends, I didn't even get the chance to, like, sit down and start working on the stuff for here until, God, what was it, like 11 o'clock last night? Dog is killing me. Let's play Pupperazzi.
It's easy to have the courage of a lion, they're gigantic and have claws, and no natural predators have the courage of the guinea pig, a 2-pound meat potato with zero offensive or defensive abilities, that will scream at an ape
100 times its size if the lettuce is a little too wilty, right? Like, I've seen Perun stand up to River, be like, wait. Give me the courage of guinea pigs, dear friends. For them, every day is Shadow of the Colossus. Except for, instead of fighting the Colossus, they scream at them until it rains food. Like, little widgers. The Sea Dog has asked us if we are, in fact, the Pupperazzi. Alright. Let's go take a photo of Sea Dog. Doing my old... What be you, Golden Bone? Hey you, gigantic kaiju fuck. Give me a salad or I'll find you. It's like, what are you gonna do? I don't know, but I'm gonna try. Look at his little face! Look at his little willies! Oh, hang on. I'm still working out the controls. Oh, why does he look so sad? No! I want him to look happy! Post to Dognet, save to favorites. Hang on, what's Dognet? Oh! There's a fake in-game internet that we can post dog photos to. Alright, we need to get 5 dog followers. Alright, I'm a wee grey front on the shop. Okay. Yeah, you are. You can now pet dogs! Yes! Look at his little face! Look at his little face. Why would I want to get around faster? There we go. See? That's a happy little face. Alright, let's go find some more dog friends. Very stretchy arms. One of the things I did like... so, I don't know if you've all seen, friends, Zalavir, creator of an airport for aliens currently made by dogs, and an individual who's worked on a ton of games, has been doing the whole TikTok thing. And one thing that's been fascinating is hearing people's questions and doing, like, the direct answers. One of them being, like, can you really pet infinite dogs with infinite hands? And he's like, yeah, you can. The only limitation is the weakness of your flesh. Hello, puppies. Puppy. Puppy. Look at their little faces. Also Poppy. Also Poppy. Look at this little squad of happy puppers. Look at the pug! Look at his little face! Look at Honest! Look at his little face! Yep, they're all just following us around. Alright, that last one wasn't a good one. Yeah, it's just the puppers just following us around. Alright, come on you lot. It's time for adventure. So, photos. Oh yeah, so let's post this one to Dognet, see what it gets us. I'm going to save that one to favourites. I like that one. Although I wonder if saving them to favourites is like a request. Oh, alright. So we have a limited number of photos we can take. Man, someone said it's feeling cluttered because there's people's feet in it. Feck off. Say that's my favourites. I'm going to recycle that one. I know it's one of our favourites and we posted it, but like... Alright, erase photo to recycle one film. If you've saved it to your favourites, you can view it later. Okay, cool. So we have a limit to the amount of like photos we can take per area, so it's about like a high school game. Okay. Sorry, it's me just being happy with puppies. Okay, I know I've been saying this a lot, but I genuinely...
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
Spence Matt, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. How many months is that? 22. Feckin' thank you, y'all. It's feckin' nearly 2 years. How's it been going with your good self? Oh yeah, and this is the one game I feel entirely confident like splishing around in the water in. Because apparently we have special shoes that let us walk on the water. Okay. Ooh. Oh, the magic boys tell us how far we can go. Look at his little face! Aww, why are you so sad? Don't be upsetty, boat dog. There you go. Look at his happy little face. Alright. Definitely saving to favourites. Ah, okay. So save to favourites also generates an in-game screenshot. So that's cool. What was the game we were playing where they didn't bloody... here we go. Little party beached accent. Alright, I need you. You come over here. Look at his little hippity hops. Fuck. Here's me trying to carry on a conversation, and I'm just like, look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Puppy. For a person whose life is currently ruled by Dag, this feels, can't go that way just yet. Oh, it was Nuts, wasn't it? Which was a game about squirrel photography, where it didn't save your photos. Which I still thought was... Look at his little face! Fuck! This game is amazing! Alright. I need, like... Okay, that's a really good photo. I'm just a real big fan of lurchers in general. Even if they are great big lazy shoppers. Yeah, Kisa, you're right. This game is absolutely good for the soul. Oh, someone's mad at me because I've been spamming too many pictures today. Jerks. Grumbly, grumble, grumble. Get around faster by pressing it. Oh! Because I've got the stick! I appear to be a giant sentient camera. Cool. Alright, puppies. Puppies. Oh, you're a fetch dog. Alright. Go get it! Go get it! Okay, go get it! Oh, one of the little ones stole the stick! Fuck, this game is cute! I didn't know I was gonna do that! Alright, come on. Give me the stick. No. Give me the stick. No! No, give me the stick! Okay, here we go. Alright, puppies. On your marks. Get set. Dag! Go get it. Okay, I can't help but notice so many of you are failing at the basic premise of catch and throw, which is exactly like our dogs. Amos is entirely unfazed by catch. He has no interest in it. And River is very much the no give only throw.
How many dogs do you want in the game, boss? Yes.
Yes. Wait, you said, what do you mean? Yes. Yes. Okay, so the shop is now open. Find a vending machine. Oh! Take a photo of a dog in the lighthouse. Oh, we've already done that one. And we just unlocked double jump. Apparently all we had to do was free our mind. Okay, take a photo of a friendly dog. They're all friendly dogs. There's a dog feed dog world. There'll be fame and fortune aplenty, but stray to your course. Photograph dogs, say the pics you like, and soon you'll be setting sail to distant seas. In other words, gain followers, complete objectives, unlock new locations. There we go. Lyris, apparently, what we truly needed to unlock double jump was the love of dogs. Unfortunately, we can't mantle. Bless you! Are we up on high? Are there sky dogs aplenty? One of the things about this game is supposedly there are rare dogs that will sometimes spawn, so you can play the same thing multiple times. Do love that. Yeah. He's so happy to be here. I wonder if this game has a feature where I can just get it to auto save favorites. Because now we're going to recycle some of these, and I love them all. Why would I want to get rid of any of these? And people are getting angry on the internet for sharing. Oh, cool. Later on, we get the choice of different lenses and films. Yes. Fuck, what was I reaching for there? Because there was a point I wanted to make on... Oh, yes. That's the other thing that I've been thinking about so much since... Oh, 2 new followers. Princess the Pup. I love to see my friends play around. Can you send me a photo of a dog playing with a stick? Sure. That we can do. No, so the thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about with you all is just the quality and breadth and depth of games that we get these days. I mean, I know it's on a new topic. I know we've talked about it before, but I'm feeling it. Like, what have we spoken about today, like gaming-wise? I mean, okay, we've talked about Destiny, but in terms of like games we've been direct recommending, a strange indie title. Which is like, what if Castlevania idle game, but good? Puppies. Puppies, puppies, puppies. Stick is bigger than you are. Dude, I can't even get Green Acres down. It's kicking my ass. Sorry. But... Aww. Oh, Wolfgrad, yeah. Sleep well, friend. Dream of happy dogs being happy little mother hubbards. They're all chasing. That one's got them. Ah! I love this game so much! Oh, Peebles. Gotta recycle some. That's alright. Everything that we've saved... Darn it. So we missed an opportunity there. Alright. Where's the stick? Where's the stick? Of course the sheep is no. No, Lovey! Loveys! Give it a stick! No! Puppy! Hi, yes, I'd like to talk to you about my artistic feelings of video games as a puppies! They're just so fucking happy to be here. Oh, that's a great one. That's a great shot. Yeah, alright. Give me the stick. No. It's just like being in the dog bar all over it. Oi! Do not steal it out of my hands. No! Puppy! Go get it. It's just like the dog bar. Sorry, what I was trying to say is that I am so happy as to where we are in video games right now. And we've been talking a lot about fucking nufters and all sorts. Hello, little Bobby face. We've been talking so much about nufters and these big business acquisitions and stuff like that. But here's the thing. This came out of Kitfox, who are most notable for making incredibly sexy weapons. Then we've got, you know, Vampire Survivor, a very indie title. You know, as someone's kind of like... just an exceedingly indie game. And I don't know, I want to take some extra time to celebrate some of that, because, like, we're at a special time in gaming, you know? I don't know about yourselves, but, you know, I was talking about it earlier, the MOBA bubble, where so many creative projects were cancelled or changed in favor of, like, these free-to-play mobily clones. You're just a little puppy that could. Just a little puppy that could. I have to... Where's Amos? I want to wake him up, but this game makes me want to cuddle dogs. Oh, no, he's out cold. As much as I want to, I'm not going to wake the demon for this. I'm sorry, I'm absolutely butchering my point here, but it's just what it is to be in video games has changed so much. And at the end of last year, there's a lot of old guard saying, like, 2021 was a bad year for video games. No, it wasn't. It's fucking brilliant. Look at him go! Yes! I could just watch these little Dags playing all bloody day. This is amazing. Everyone's happy to see us. All right, this is the typical. They lost a stick. All right, come on. Go down here. Just confuse the tiny Dags. Yes, hello. And when it turns and looks at you, it's like, yo. And it is fascinating because, I mean, Alice, you are correct. 2021 was a bad year if all you played was AAA, but that's the point, like, AAA no longer means quality. And it no longer means scope or scale. It doesn't mean the best. It's just a very specific form of, I don't know, like... Like, AAA is like Olive Garden. Or like, I don't know, trying to think of a British equivalent. AAA is, how to say, Wetherspoons. AAA is Young's pubs, you know? It's just the loudest. Meow Kitty Sucker is shocked that I can't keep track of a point while there's so many dogs in. I know. Oh, and you can absolutely pet the dogs. Look at this. Look at this little cutie. Look at his little face. Look at the bug. Look at the little bug. Just so happy to be here. I think I'm supposed to be doing missions or something. But honestly, I'm just happy to play fetch with a dog stand. Yeah, Varbles, it's Michael Bay movies. Although, actually, Every Frame of Painting did do a very good thing on Bayhem. The style of kind of Michael Bay's strange chaos style when it comes to making movies. And, like, the AAA is not devoid of art. There are incredibly talented artistic individuals in multiple disciplines working on big budget video games. But they're not the be-all and the end-all anymore. They're just... And I understand that also means that, like, indie as a genre doesn't mean anything anymore. And that's okay, you know? Because, like, if you go back to the Xbox Live era of gaming, you had the game section, then the indie game section. Like, it was another variant, you know? A very clearly marked secondary space. And now it's just look at little sausage dog. Look at his little face. Aww. Me and my sister don't really talk much. But she got a sausage dog and it's the cutest fucking thing. I just can't wait for Amos to get to being the cute dog phase rather than the what are you doing? What are you doing? Put that down. Amos came very close this morning to destroying something very, very precious to me. But because I had... he's going to be a good dog someday. And obviously we're not getting rid of him. He's a lovely, stupid sweetheart. It's just... Anyway, sorry. Though I will, I'm going to continue a little bit, see where we get to on the... Hang on. I need to save some of these. There we go. I apologise, I keep giving you half-finished thoughts. But at least I can say it's for good reasons, because these dogs are heckin' cute. No, it's very interesting to see how things have changed. Like, AAA make up a very small proportion of the game's media space. Like, it's not that they don't sell well, but like how EA made a shit ton of money last year, but they made it off of FIFA and stuff like that. Actually, I think there was some reportings from them. Hang on, I was kind of I half looked at it. So the EA, the quarterlies saw FIFA, Madden, and Apex Legends making stupid money for EA. Excuse me, for EA, and they've not really talked about Battlefield 2024. You know. So it's not like AAA is dying or anything like that. But if you think about how many titles they're putting out and how much of the discussion, how much of the artistic discussion is made up by them, it's very little. That's why I fucking loved Deathloop last year. Because it was a AAA studio making a AAA title that was interesting and fresh. And yeah, Deathloop does unfortunately prove the paradigm of why people don't make big budget interesting games, because the amount of people that didn't get Deathloop is very high. Oh, and Dustin, Watto friend. Sadly, River is not in this game, although I believe River will be in El Paso Elsewhere next. Alright. So, objectives are complete. You can leave the area and check back later. Oh, cool. And we'll get to unlock things as we go. All right, but yeah, but you okay? So you only get to upload. You can only upload so many posts. You can only upload so many posts per day. All right. Please, my apologies, friends. I'm not holding a conversation well today. So yeah, my TLDR feels is a very simple one. That we've reached a point now where we don't need to have the artistic discussion of our industry dominated by the largest companies. That's a really good place to be, and I feel like I can't celebrate that enough. Ooh. Black and white film cap?
Puppies.
Bobbies, right? And Kisa, I am distracted by dogs, I can't lie. Well, and if somehow I can put my feckin' brain into gear, if somehow I can pull this point around, like what I'm trying to say, actually, it's bloody dark in here all of a sudden. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, I know, I still haven't got the lighting sorted. We're doing this old-fashioned. And Lyris, again, thank you for filling the pint glass. The reason why I want to desperately drag this thought through my little brain whilst I'm trying to natter with your good selves is that this is a game about just pure joy. The pure joy of dogs playing, having a good time. The pure joy of exploration and that kind of creative expression. This isn't like Umurangi Generation, which is challenging your photography skills, that's challenging your puzzle solving skills. This is a game about, look at the dogs. The dogs are lovely, and it's a lot of fun already. The thing that's worth highlighting is that this is a non-conflict title. And that's no longer a colour, black and white. So we're going to get a dramatic photo. Do I get a good shot? I got a mostly terrible shot. Sorry. Once again, distracted by game. Distracted by DAGS. It's the fact that it is entirely okay now to create a title like this and have it be successful. Leave the area. You'll be able to return. Photos will be lost unless saved. I mean, that is a... That's a photo that tells a story right there. Alright, is there any ones I want to keep that I haven't saved? Definitely that one. Wait, what am I talking about? I want to save them all. Why would I not? Yeah, okay. Ozzy, you're right. It's a non-conflict title, except for people who don't appreciate the dogs. In which case, it's a whole bunch of conflict coming up. I mean, Kisa, I know you're kind of like... I know there's a humour to your posing, but... It is something that does need discussing. Like, in a good way. Because what Keith was saying, at the end of the day, Dag, we'll like Dag, Dag good. Build game that you want, despite what trends say. Yes. Like, taking your love and your passion of something and just boiling it down to its, like, wholesome parts. Making something that's a celebration of the things you love. Like, feck and yo. No, Kisa, it's a really good thought. Like, thank you. It's a good place to start the creative process. Like sitting down with your GDD and thinking like, what do I love? What would I love to spend 3 years working on? A cute game about cute dogs. Though I am going to change the soundtrack because it's currently driving me loopy. Did any of you ever play an old game called Net Monster?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, dogs?
Yup. So many dogs. Gotta see them all. Yeah, you can get an extra long throw if you're running when you chuck it. Katie, how are you doing? Oh, and whoever that spooky ghost was, thank you. Oh, now the little Sheba stole my stick! Oh, no, wait, no, hang on. Hug. That was actually, I can't blame the Sheba for that one, that was on me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, if we head to a new area, hopefully we'll get a new tune. Oh, excuse me. Big stretch. No, the reason why I mentioned that is because that last tune reminded me so much of Net Monster's ever looping music.
Throw all the sticks.
You better believe I'm gonna. Okay, so oh, so it's just introducing to the fact that we're going to have new areas. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm gonna change up the soundtrack for us, friends. This is just giving me Net Monster flashbacks. No one's heard of Net Monster before. Okay, fucking yo. Yeah, J-Post, even the screen change is adorable. And so, Katie, this game's called Pupperazzi, if you hadn't already had it put towards you. It is already lovely. I will admit, we've only really been playing this for about 20 minutes. Cool. More photos. But also more bones. More bones equals a fisheye lens. Okay, so somewhere in the area this request is hidden. I'm looking for an up-and-coming artist's submitted photo for our consideration. A dog to be centered in the photograph, facing the camera for the photo to be of professional quality. And a dog on a boat. Oh, dog on a boat taken from below. Done and done, Sea Dog. Look at little Sea Dog. Look at his little booties. Arr, he knows the great. He knows the power of the great deep. He's seen things your doggy eyes couldn't understand. Right? This game is just joy. Sorry, my thoughts are completely discombobulated.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Well, hello there. I am apparently becoming as Dan.
Become as Dan. And Clank. Fucking yo. Obviously, you are the first person to celebrate 40 months. Thank you. And 40 months at a tier 3 as well as a massive amount of cash. Like, sincerely, thank you. Puppy train. Yep. Oh. The train has begun! Let me get up onto the sky so we can watch the dogs playing. Here we go. Look out and become as Dag. Oh, and J-Post as well. Fucking yo!
Oh, hey, to refresh. Puppies.
Puppies! 40 months. And here we are, just hanging out with a bunch of Dags being cute. Actually, I think, let's go lower. Oh. Oh, fucking wet! We can bounce on the... Oh, this game's amazing.
Ooh, 40 months mode. Engage.
Okay, here we go. Now you can get a closer view on the Dags. Some new puppies here as well.
Dag Train.
Dag Train! Sorry, I'm all over the place now. Vanderbeest, thank you. Fucking yo. Crux with 200. Laura's filling pint glasses. All of you, thank you. We're in for a happy celebration of Dags being feckin' cute today. I cannot seem to hold a feckin' thought in my skull because I just keep seeing the dog and being like, they're so cute. The thing is, what I want to do is cuddle our dogs and bring them in. But I know if I wake one, I'm waking them both. And the demon is finally settled. Like, Fiona can actually do stuff. I'm able to hang out with you lot. Yeah, no thoughts. Only Dags. Like, I can't hold a thought about Netmonster. I can't hold a thought about dog video games or indie stuff. Dustin says Amos on lap or we riot. He won't stay there. He's a very big boy. He is 60 pounds. He's 60 pounds? 62 pounds. I don't know what that is in real people weight. Alana says maybe we should just draw a line and go full head empty, only puppers mode. I mean, this could be this would be like an intellectual challenge, you know? However, if I angle it right, I can keep the hype train in so you can all still see the dogs. No. Go get it. Puppies. Yeah. 62 pounds of pure chaos. You know what, Katie? Of all the ways I could go out, if it's being crushed to death by the unconditional love of a dog, you know what? That's not bad. And the Shadow Mage, Watto. Welcome to dog time. Look at these dogs. Look how pretty the dogs are. So pretty. Oh, this like Saint Bernard looking Mother Hubbard wants to leap in and get all the pets. Go get the dog. Go get the dog. Go get the stick. Look at the little faces. They're just so happy to be here. I just wanted some dogs in the background.
Stop that incessant clicking.
What the? Hang on. I'm so sorry. Hello, puppies. Sorry about that, friends. And, Lyras, thank you for gifting a sub to Shadow Mage. I'm so sorry, friends. I mean, I guess it's good news, although, I mean, this is... although I'm probably going to get yelled at by at least a few people. So as of yesterday, I actually have health insurance. So, I was going to say if I get hit by a bus. No, if I get hit by a bus, I'm still in masses of debt. But I can actually go see a doctor outside of urgent expensiveness. And they're just calling me to be like, yo. And I'm like, wait, what has gone wrong? They're like, oh, we've just got some welcome information for you. Is this a good time? I'm like, no! I mean, welcome information? Who calls people just to say hello? Reach down the phone and throttle a robot. Also, despite every time I try and change the settings on this thing, it keeps defaulting to the basic ringtone. It's meant to be the opening credits theme to the Battletech cartoon, which it isn't. I love how whichever dog has the stick is getting chased by the rest of the pack. It's so cute. Look at his little face. Look, trying to catch the stick out of. So, Velvet, Parkway, Mocha, Standard. Film Shuffler seems kind of interesting. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by... They're so cute, and they're having such a good time. Friends, all of you that threw in for trains and whatnot, I mean... it still feels a little almost indulgent to be paying for potential medical care, but yeah, as of yesterday, I actually have health coverage. So, yeah, if I get really weird, then I don't have to worry about racking up stupid amounts of money. Sorry. And Crystallian, this is... Oh no! Why do you look so sad? No. No sad puppies. Only happy puppies.
Stop that incessant clicking.
There we go, that's the shot. And J-Post, thank you for gifting us up to Crystallian. You know, friends, usually I'm a better conversationalist, but this is all just lovely dogs all the way down. Let's see who our little ship captain is today. Oh, yes, it is a very serious dog. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need you to look out into the great beyond. You're a mighty sea captain. Gaze, there we go. There's the shot. Gaze forth at your adventures. Yeah, so Fred was saying that arm's kind of stretchy, a little bit scary. We're not a person. We are absolutely a sentient giant camera. Oh, and we've got 2 new followers. Lovely. Dog on a sailboat, having a good time. Unlock a selfie device. That sounds haunting. Yeah, Varbles, we are some kind of eldritch horror, or in a world of pure happiness and dogs, we were designed to record the joy. Look at his little face. Look at his little face. We are designed to record this joyousness. Like a land of pure happiness. Alright. A dog and a lighthouse in portrait mode. Okay. I think we're going to need a... Okay, that's... I wonder if there is a... I love that so much. Alright, I'm posting that to Dognet. I wonder why there is a feature in this to save, because why would not want to save any of these? Okay, so I need portrait mode. Okay, who's going to be my subject? Is it you? Can you come over here? Look at that little happy face. Lamelot says, why is there a sad Dalmatian staring at me? It's a Dalmatian with, I don't know, ennui or something. I don't know. Puppies. Puppies, 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 puppies. Puppies, 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 puppies. Alright, he's coming. Oh no, that dog has decided that he is leading the party! It's just... Tiny puppy conga! Tiny puppy conga! Oh, the little Frenchie stole the stick! Friends, this is the same art medium that gave us, like, Tarkov and Amnesia. Look how happy everybody is! So good. It's a puppy party! Like... I'm still really enjoying that as our favourite. That might be my favourite picture so far we've taken. Yeah, I think that's the one I want to send. Woohoo! And we can go shopping as well. Puppies. I just watch these little happy buggers running around all day. Just honestly. Aperios, I think the shiny... Oh, I thought we had enough to... the shiny thing on the cliff, I think, is an extra stick. Yeah, I think it's a... Oh, no, it's a dog bone. What's a dog bone do? You not feeling it? I thought you were all about this life. Such a good dag. He's such a happy little boy. This is so good. Oh, the boardwalk is now open. Okay, well, we've got to finish the photos here. We're not complete heathens. Yeah, we're just vibing. But, okay. You know what, Kisa? It's less vibing, more vibrating, but yes. It's so fucking cute. It's also interesting when you think about the markets. Like, if you think about who this game is for, like, the target audience. The target audience isn't children. This, like, the equivalent of this kind of art style and this kind of story, aside from a few standout special examples like Fantastic Mr. Fox, this is an art style in, like, more static mediums reserved for children. But here, it's not. This is not a kid's game by any means. This is for us. Not that it couldn't be accessible, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the target audience is 20 to 30-year-olds. If anyone asks, I'm totally 29. Don't want to get thrown out. Alright. Get followers to 30 to unlock a selfie. Save to favourites. Post to Dognet. I don't want to leave this area. It's so good. The dog's just hanging around, living their little best lives. very expectantly there. Just look at their little faces. Look at their little faces. Ah, so good. I mean, I think you can all see the point that what little is left of my functioning brain is desperately struggling for. I think yeah, Kisa, I think it's new zone time. It's new zone time. I might just get a cup of water real quick, just because I think from all the banter from earlier, my throat's getting a little dry. Yeah, but now we have the puppy boardwalk, so we can continue. We got a quest at the other place, but I think the other quest was just get 30 followers, which I think we can do at the other place. I don't know. I don't know. So, friends, just give me 2 seconds to grab a cup of water, get my thoughts together. I don't know if this game is up on Humble. If it is, feckin' wonderful. If not, no, it is not. Not on Humble. Alright, here is the game if you would like to pick it up for yourself. Because just like with Umurangi Generation, this is one of those kind of creative games. Like, the photos that you snap will be a journey all your own, and I highly advise keeping them. One of the things that I need more than 2 minutes to rub together. I still haven't finished the Blackout Club book. I still haven't finished the Subnautica book, and I certainly haven't finished the Umurangi Generation. But I want to go back to Umurangi Generation and take more pictures. Like, I think I'm going to do like a photography run of that one. The cool thing about Umurangi is it organizes your photos per region, but that's another story. Friends, I'm just going to grab some water, and then let's keep having a natter. I'm going to see if I can get my brain to think about anything other than how fucking cute these dogs are. It's fucking good. Alrighty, I'm back in a second. Lyrus, thank you for sneaking that in. Sorry about the wait, friends. Everything happens so much. See, I don't know if I got the chance to ask you all. I hope you had a bloody good weekend. Was it J-Post? God, I'm sorry. It's the two green usernames, like one after t'other. And Kisa, it's good to be back. No, I hope you all had a really good weekend. I was about to say, mine was... it was. The good parts was in a need to go see the outside world and trying to combat just physical and mental exhaustion. I went to the dog bar on Saturday and some friendos came along, which was real cool. As I'm sure I've told you all before, like, our local dog bar is brilliant because it is outdoor, it's safe, and they've got enough decent beers on tap. Plus, those two can run around to their heart's content. So friendos came, we drank, hung out with dogs, and it was a lovely, lovely evening. Sunday was mostly vegetative state. Managed a little bit of cleaning, but I just had fuck all in the tank. Yesterday was supposed to be the get things done day, but River was very, very poorly, and Amos was a little shit all day. So nothing happened until the dogs finally went to bed in the evening. So if you're wondering why I look like such a dishevelled mess these days, that's the long and short of it. And after the shit news from Friday, the Will's enforced day off Friday wasn't really an enforced day off. Though I did get to go outside and just have like a walkabout and just spend some time in the calm. One of the things I'm doing this week is, aside from Monster Hunter on Friday, I'm just going to be just doing this with you lot and trying to sort stuff. So I don't have any things with other people that need huge amounts of organisation or back and forth. So I'm hoping this week's going to be smoother. Well, I mean, fingers crossed, right? Okay, His Majesty says, "Greetings, machine. I am the king of all dogs." Look at his little face. "Your Pupperazzi programming appears to present potential. If you can gain more followers, you may yet impress me." Let's heckin' go. Welcome to the Boardwalk. That's a dog riding a bike. Greetings, bike riding dog. Welcome to the Puppy Boardwalk. See, the thing is, the base colours in this game are real nice, so... Those are dogs surfing. There's so much to just be had here. Oh, sorry, it is dog with glasses skateboarding, cycling. I apologise. Look at the tiny Fluffy! Look at his little face! Oh, I need the fisheye lens for you, little bubs. Tiny bubs. Just need him to look over at me, and then we are sound. Look at him! It's like a dog on a penny farthing! Sorry. And Dustin. Nice. We have our special powers for leaping around. I know, just 3 dogs hanging out on a roof. Okay, you know what? The black and white works for these dogs so well. Gives them kind of like a cool band photo look going. Of course, an arcade for dogs. Wait, an arcade for dogs does sound like a Zalavir title, doesn't it? How do they play if they don't have thumbs? Oh no, the arcade's closed. Well, that's just rude. That's just rude. Okay, bone. Dogs might try and bury this and save it for later. Interesting.
A cuddle of canines just purchased Humble Comics bundle. Humanoids mega bundle featuring the Inkov for $18.
Way cool! Okay, well, whoever it is who's speaking on behalf of the cuddle of canines. See what they think of the ball. Oh wow, they do not like the ball. Oh, that dog does though. Look at this fancy lad. Look at this fancy lad. Wait till he sticks his tongue out again. This was not a smart game for me to play if I wanted to have anything close to a conversation with other humans. It wasn't. I wasn't hallucinating. He was sticking his tongue out, right? Maybe he needs some pets. There we go. He's so fancy. He's such a fancy lad. I'm just gonna hang out with the pair. God, friends, I cannot hold even the closest facsimile of a train of thoughts because this game just makes me fucking happy. Greetings, tennis dog. Do you wish to play great sports? Frisbee. Oh, I'm about to disturb a whole bunch of sleeping dogs. Hoppacha! They're not as enthused by this as I. What the fuck is that? The fuck are you doing here? This ain't a land for you, human peoples. Tiny remote control car. Oh, so we charge it up and then just drop it and let it go. So the dogs can... Ah. I'm learning. Go get the human. Indy Carlo, you'd think letting sleeping dogs lie would be the smart play, but they're so heckin' cute. Like this boofer here. Living his boofy best life. God, there's... What are you dogs up to? Hello. I guess this is for later? I'll probably light that up. Alright, now you know what? I'm going to stand at the boardwalk, I'm going to watch the dogs, I'm going to try and hold a conversation, because these days, pretty much all the conversations I get to have that aren't to you lot on stream pretty much go, hey, so what about Amos? No! Oh, you are very fancy. You're very fancy dogs. I can't do it. Friends, I can't do it. These dogs, they're just so happy to be here. The beach is nice. should have known this game was going to ruin me. I should have known that I wasn't going to be able to natter in even the slightest. I was a fool to think otherwise. Poppy ball! Oh, I guess I float. I guess I float. Little Frenchie on a surfboard? Why not? Feckin' why not? Okay. Video games are a fucking joy. And moments like this are a real highlight of that. My friends, I will not lie, my life has been exceedingly stressful outside of streams. Like, stupidly so. And it's hard. But then you come and hang out in little games like this, and it's like you can't be mad at the world. Yeah, Kesey, living in the moment, enjoying the doggos, like this little one here. How you doing? Look at his tiny hat. Look at the little setup. Oh, no, this is yours. Sorry, I didn't mean to take that. Look, in my defense, I was just giving him a cuddle. I didn't know he'd take his,
So many adorable dogs.
Oh. Oh, sorry, I apologise. That alert was loud. My balance is all off today. I'm so sorry, friends. J-Post, Beckon, thank you! Also, you managed to unseat Striggs, no less. So, congratulations. The Jarldom is yours. That makes you Jarl of this town. This entirely happy dog-populated town. What are your commands? All hail, new Jarl, Jarl of the Doggos. It's Frogget. It'll make you jump with joy. It's Frogget. Look at his little face! Look at his little face! Fuck! This game is just too good! Welcome to Hats for Dogs. Fresh spaghetti! Fresher spaghetti. I need to get a better angle for the Okay, yeah, I just need to get a better angle for the boardwalk. Fresher spaghetti. Hats for dogs. That was weird. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna save to favourites. Also, we now have 30 followers. We can head back to the other place. You better believe I'm posting that. Party hat, candles, the whole shebang. Such a good shot. Sorry, I don't know if you can see the comments on this one. One of them says, crouching technique, don't forget your bendy knees. And the other one, it's a dog, signed by a dog. Wait, we can tap the Frogger vendor for more Frogget. Oh, we're going to go get some Frogget. I just need to recycle a few of these. See a few of the landscapes. Oh, so as we do quests, we're going to be improving the area. So I'm pretty sure we actually get to build a little half pipe for dogs. Excuse me, puppies. Would you care for it? A little. Look at his little face. Puppy, puppy, that is not safe. I've lived his best life. No, face the camera, please. Tiny dog versus dog motorcycle. He is the dog in the hood. He is the knight. He's the boofer with a rain jacket. Oh, my life! The fuck are you, human? Get out of here. Sorry. I was going to give someone some Frogut, wasn't I? Oh, look at his happy little... I'm not ready for this game. I'm not... I can't... It's so fucking happy. Fuck. Oh look, it's an incredibly cool dog. Or are you, it's a famous dog. Just, yeah, sorry. It's a regular dog that no one would know who that dog was. Don't worry, famous dog. Secret safe with me. I do feel, though, like an airport for aliens run by dogs has trained me how to, like, parkour around indie environments to collect stuff. So, it's a cool dog right there. And we got enough for the fisheye lens. Make everything bulbous. I think I was expecting more. Like, I was expecting more of like a hip-hop angle, you know what I mean? Indy Kylo, that's because he's a dog. He doesn't need a license. Just that one. Just... yeah. Darn it, we're out of social media posts for the day. Okay, visit mcta.bark or call 364. Wait, no, the 555 means it's not real, isn't it? Darn it. See if the website is real. Alright. Dial mcta.brk. Okay. www.mcta.brk. There's no site. Why would it give me hope and then take it away? What the hot fuck? I can't stay mad at this game. Everything about it is lovely. Oh, these are where all our home is where all our photos are picked. And if we want to, we can open the folder here to see every picture we've taken so far. That's really good. Oh, okay, now, so there's our gallery. Puppypedia. Tony Bark. Oh, fascinating. So the Puppypedia isn't just breeds, it's also events. So like friendly, playful, round glasses, but also greyhound. No, that's fucking fascinating. Anyway, we're back down here at the beach. Alright. So we've got unlock 30 followers, cool. Then a photo challenge, this one's just for fun. Take a really good photo using one of the unique lenses. Got the fisheye lens. Look at this little tiny. Are you okay? So I say don't add sick dogs into this because I will die. Ah, welcome. Oh, Corgi, no! Not Corgi, sorry. Okay. In my defense, the lens angle is... Are you eating a whole banana? Don't eat the banana. Oh, but you can't play with the frisbee! River's not allowed frisbees at home because she will chew them to destruction. Fiona humorously got a a man-eater frisbee from a PAX, gave it to her. And it wasn't that River destroyed it so much as she chewed on it and kind of like turned it into a disc of death. Alright, puppies, go get it! Go get the frisbee! God, you have no attention span. Go get it! This game is amazing! This game is so good! I just wasn't prepared for fucking cute! I'm just gonna stop trying to come up with like good yo. It is Captain Good Boy. I'm gonna stop trying to come up with conversation topics or banter. It's just dog now. Oh, look at you two. Sorry. Yes, Captain Good Boy of the bestest. I'm keeping that photo. More items are now accessible, and there's a hidden mission up there. Oh, by the 9. Friends, I'm sorry I'm not doing a great job of being the chattiest of catties, but... It's just... Okay, and we've got the other mission. I need a photo for an ad campaign running. Here you go. A photo of a happy customer. Happy. I mean, we've got to give that photo. That photo's really good. Boardwalk opening hours are now earlier. Okay, all objectives are complete. Now to just obviously post a dognet. That little, just this little happy. Oh, feckin' yo! And Numbers, what ho friend, how you doing? I hope you like lovely dogs having a good time, because that's this entire game. Oh, fucking yo. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, I'm just... The thing is, friends, I've been looking forward to hanging out and talking with you all bloody weekend. And now we're here, and the Dags have it. How did Frisbee get up here? Oh my word, we might have just found the super weapon. Friends, this is to Pupperazzi what the Redeemer was to Unreal Tournament. Ball. Ball. Alright, kids. Let's go! Who got it? Who got it? I saw the little pupper just running away there. It's so tiny! Oh, fuck me running! It's so cute! Look at him! I am overwhelmed with adorableness. Hey, Will, how did a Pupperazzi reduce you to tears? It was so cute. At a time where things are so fucking stressful. And it's just joyous. Just... Little tail wags. You wanted... Yeah, I'll throw the stick. Not interested in the stick? Okay. Just wanted to show me the stick, that's alright. Alright, congratulations, contestant. Contestant who got the ball. Hey, Bobbies. Bobbies. Look who's got the ball. Look who's got the ball. If you've never... I mean, the ball is the most overpowered tool of the dog bar. Go get it. I can't help but notice, none of you went to get the ball, and now it's in the water. Yeah, Perios, just a little of late. Just a little. You want the ball? You want the ball? Go get it. Go get it. You know what? This corgi's just happy to be here. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be doing a job or something, but I'm just here on the beach, just throwing sticks for dogs. This is... His little face. His little face. What selfie? Oh god. Nope, nope. Nope, we're not doing selfies. That's horrifying. Look at this. Look at this. An entire artistic industry working towards the advancement of video games. This was what we always wanted. Oh, me do it. There he is with the rest of the band. Look at little... It is a masterpiece. It is a genuine masterpiece. I don't mean that. I don't mean that ironically. Like I'm not being mimetic or hyperbolic. Do you know what this game is doing? This game is all about that joyous feeling, that wonderful content happiness of spending time with a bunch of dogs. And it's doing that. It's okay to play a video game where you explode Nazi genitals with a gigantic high-powered rifle. Because, I mean, what is that? That is a feeling of empowerment. That's a feeling of, let's be honest, justice. You can have your guilt-free, like, ass-kicking times. This is just capturing that wonderful feeling of watching a whole group of dogs playing without having to worry about, you know, are you eating a frisbee? With none of the downsides, is what I'm saying. Puppies, puppies, puppies. Only the good bits of hanging out with a bunch of dogs. And that's... Hello, yours. Very close. Hello, you're very close. A little tiny sausage dog. Little happy dogs here. Little happy dogs here. Sorry, Number says, do you mean without the cleanup and getting your balls trampled? Amos is a heavy lad. We weighed him yesterday and he's, I think, 62 pounds at the moment. 62 pound dog. We felt a little bad because we've been trying out different Fiona's been trying out different harnesses for him and different leads and stuff. And when the guys in the store was like, oh, we've got one of these like leads that's designed for like strong upper body dogs that so they can't pull too hard. And we felt a little bit bad because the lovely lad in the store was helping Amos like get all set up. And at one point, because I walked out of eye line, he started getting very anxious and let out one of his now iconic. See, when he barks, it's not like a boof. Like River. River's got like a I will mess you up style bark. Amos has like it's like a high-powered yip. But it's so piercing. Obviously training him out of it. It's going to take time. But he scared the absolute piss out of two people trying to buy dog food. Because he just goes, Biff! With full force. I had to come back and hang out with him. But yeah. We tried out this like non-pull lead, and if Fiona didn't have grip on her shoes, she would have been able to use him like a sled dog, sans the sled. Go get the ball! Everybody go get the ball. See, the thing is, because there's multiple toys in play. Look at that. That is a good picture. Like I'm not going to save these and post them to Dognet. Sorry. Jet Set Radio Doggo. Oh yeah, and dog sledding can be super duper fun. Sorry, the puppies are a little perturbed that I'm not throwing the stick. Which is, again, exactly like spending time in the bloody dog bar. Except for the soundtrack's usually a little different. Look at this little one! Although, see, again, like... We took both of our dogs to dog park yesterday, and there was this teeny tiny little white thing that wanted to play with the roughhousey dogs. So funny. I mean, and the little one held its own. It wasn't like it was getting bowled over. But what was real funny is when it got a bit overwhelmed, it would jump up onto one of the benches and then would do this like, I have the high ground Anakin move. It was so funny. Oh, and Numbers, we do actually have those coming. So we've got the one from Annapurna where it's a world where humans have died out and it's just robots and cats. Then look at them all running off in the distance. I love this game. Then oh feckin' hell, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Good old Ninja Falcon reminded me that it was coming. Yes, I know. I'm looking at my phone. Dogs, give me a second. Sorry, I promise I will find this. Oh, okay, you know what? Heck it. There is another cat game of a similar vein coming along. Oh, god darn it. Is it Little Kitty Big City? Because that one has a similar kind of cutie patootie art style. That might have been the one I was thinking of. Cookie. Seriously, though, the ball is super OP. Super OP. Look at it, little. I can't handle fucking cute this game is. Go get it. Wow, none of you. God, it's like hanging out with River. I was just talking about you. Hello, Bubby. Hello. Doing alright? You gonna come hang out? You gonna come hang out? Hey, it's okay. Bubby, it's alright. It's alright. Amos. Amos, don't shoot that. How you doing? Agonanic was asking if this is a tie-in with Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs. There certainly should be. Airport for Aliens does have a tie-in with whatchamacallit? Can You Pet the Dog? Little sausage dog. Living their little sausagey best life. So how we just go for the straight up throw? No, none of you really catchers, are you? Yeah, the other advantage about this game is you can't get bowled over by a gigantic pitty called Goku. By the way, Goku is a sweetheart. So I guess... I'm sorry, friends. It must seem like all I've been really doing, aside from talking about games industry stuff, is complaining. Like, things are difficult right now, and they're probably going to get more difficult, but it's not all bad, you know? When he's not being an absolute nightmare demon. Like, oh, here's where all the frisbees went. Amos is a sweetheart. And while, yes, we have had to spend more time at the dog bar, one of our Christmas gifts from a friend was, I think it was like 20 or 30 like free entries. Because with the dog bar, you pay per dog that you bring in. You don't have to pay anything else. So
Captain
like,
on the bridge.
Oh!
This just popped up.
Feck yeah! It's the official 40 months. Ehrman, like, I can thank you, yo. And 40 months... Sorry, I say this every time. Look, Twitch's tiering system is very strange. Like, the tiered subs are definitely odd, to say the very least. But, you know, that's still... Even with the way they do the split, like, that's still... What, like, 10 or 15 bucks every month going to us. Like, just on automatic. Like, that's a big fecking compliment, y'all. So, thank you. Alright? At this point, I'm just nattering to you lot and just throwing shit down.
Captain on the bridge.
Frisbee.
Not to be outdone. Shackle, thank you. And yeah, many frisbees. Okay, I think we're getting up into the geometry there a little. Oh, so you can't run and throw the frisbee. You have to be like a careful angle on it. Sorry, Ehrman Shackle. Like I said, sincerely thank you. And again, I know I've said this a lot. Don't worry about coming across as a feckin' contrite arsehole. It's just, that's a huge amount of cash you put into keeping us going. So, thank you. Go get it. I'm just playing frisbee for the Dags. This is amazing. Whatever I was saying. Oh, the pitbull named Goku. Goku is an absolute sweetheart, but he looks like he deadlifts. Like, he is a tank sideways. He is sweet-tempered, absolutely lovely. But like a lot of pitties, he doesn't have the same agility and turning circle. So once he gets up to speed, he can't really do like quick maneuvers. And so if he crashes into you, you feel it. Okay. I'll throw the frisbee. God, this is just like dog bar. Then there's Margot, and I don't know what breed Margot is specifically, as she's definitely a mix of some sort. But she has energy for 1,000 years. She will do literal flips to catch things out of the air. If you throw the frisbee for her, you are her new best friend, and she will play with you until you leave. Oh no, the thing I was saying is like the dog bar has been kind of our standard, and things here have been chaotic, which is like chaotic mixed with the Outcast song. Hey, sorry, I know I was going that bit, but we're not doing bad, you know. Well, you're not being a little bastard. You are lovely. No, not gonna come say hi. It's fine. It's fine. I don't want you all to think that I'm nothing but whinging these days, you know. Agananiki, you missed a lot of Sony and Bungie discussions, but like I could give you my TLDR if you'd like. Ooh. What are you up to, Bubs? Bobby, leave it. His ability to find things. What are you up to? What are you up to? And of course, because Amos is playing with the bags, they've heard the rattlings. The guinea pig's now like, oh shit, is it food time? Oh shit, yeah, let's get in on this. Little squeaky bastards. Now, Lyra's, I've never raised a child, so I don't know how much I can say is comparable to a toddler. But to hear Tail, and the fact that he is capable of throwing a super tantrum, God. In some regards, unfortunately, we have become those dog owners. So yesterday, as I was saying, we took him to the dog park. He obviously had a lovely time. But the thing is he was so desperate to get into the dog park that because we weren't taking him in fast enough, he starts throwing a huge tantrum. And it's a specialty of his. If you can hear the guinea pigs in the background. Backing out. Alright, puppies. I'm gonna go unlock some more missions so I can get you some more toys. Go frolic, have fun. What are you up to? Are you just being a terror? Are you just being a terror? Give me good boobs. Come on.
Captain on the bridge.
Viking 64 big shout.
Hello, hello. Got them boogies. Come settle. Come say hi. Come say hi to people. Hello, hello. Sorry about this. Hello, you terror. There he is, just powering around. Please don't eat those. Please don't eat those. Okay. Sorry. Another 3. Another 40. Thank you, mate. Thank you. We take a lot. I take a lot of pictures of cute dogs. No, joking aside. So we've been playing Pupperazzi for I guess an hour and change, and it is so overwhelmingly lovely. It's not just the pure cuteness, and love some of these pictures, but there's just a joyous wholesome to it that I'm having such a good time with. I've actually been struggling to converse because I'm distracted by adorable puppies. That's fascinating. So we've only got one photo of a beagle, but later on, for blinking we can choose different photos to use and whatnot. Why do you have guilty face? You're alright. Sorry about that. Scotty, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome. Scotty was saying this game looks like someone smashed Nintendogs and Sea of Thieves together. You know what? I can see it. I can see it. Okay, so we can go in the morning. Oh, so it changes. Let's try early morning. I'm not ready for night dogs. Ooh, dramatic misty dogs.
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, feckin' thank you. Okay. Take so many photos of dogs. No, no. Look at me. Darn it. There we go. That is entirely how dogs work. Yeah, we've got a skateboard. Oh, oh God. Alright, so the skateboard kind of changes our controls a little. Back off, human. Is that a corgi? Is that a corgi with a hat on a moped? I think we found the famous. No, I'm gonna get a better photo. Darn it! Famous, get back here! Okay, one of those is going to be good. He's stolen the skateboard. Alright. Alright. Everything happens so much. I keep trying to make points. I just keep trying to say stuff and be a chatty catty. You know what? It's all dogs now. I'm not digging these. I don't know if they're like fake humans or regular humans or what. Not digging them. Not gonna lie, they're kind of creeping me out. Okay, this one kind of looks like he's seen the darkness. God, this game is good. Oh, I've been more guilty of yelling, look at his little face constantly. That's been my the crime I'm most guilty of. Lyris, the dogs get on the roof the same way we do, through the bouncy, bouncy springboards of this world. Go give somebody an ice cream. They can have a really good time. My name is Baroon. Okay, that is a dog that deserves ice cream. The ice cream bigger than it. Fucking hell. So, somehow I have to comprehend 40 months. J-Post, did I thank you for gifting Scotty a sub? I hope I did. How are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? I am bereft of the ability to converse. Look how cool that dog is. Alright, one of these is a good shot of what is essentially the famousest dog sonar. Look at a dog having a snooze. LeJack saying, can't believe the stream's really gone to the dogs! You've done me. You've done me. Just... What's this? Oh, I think I know what this does. Oh, a little... It's a little puppet dance party! Ah, darn it! Out pictures. Alright. One of the good things about this is any pictures that you save, once you've saved them, they're yours forever. It keeps a copy on your hard drive. Usual kind of thing. So fucking cute! Look, the pug just coming in like, yeah, I'd quite like to join you for a dance party. That'd be really cool. Who's this little fanciful... Alright, he actually kind of looks like he's going to kill me. So I apologise, friends. I have not been holding a good conversation since we started playing this, because all the dogs are amazing. I believe Agan Anarchy was asking about the whole Bungie news. So TLDR, I think Bungie have been acquired based on a new IP which is yet to be announced. That's my theory. It's not like it's super... Okay, bullshit. It's not like it's a super secret, no one else could have ever worked this out kind of theory. But it's more like... It's more like I can't see the Destiny being a big money acquisition right now. I mean, yes, the expansion's coming out, so there's definitely going to be some cash to be made. But like, I don't know if they'd make billions back. However, a brand new IP, not only locking in, especially a new IP exclusive from Bungie, only on PlayStation platforms, that's a winner. So that's been kind of like the long and short of it. We talked about a lot of stuff today. If there's anything you want to, you know what? I'm going to leave here and come back because I'm not enjoying the small draw distance. You know, I can sit around in a miserable, like, oh, hang on. Why does one person think this is a dogless photo? There are so many dogs in this. Alright. Ugh. Yeah, Baron. I had my health insurance people call me while we're doing this, being like, we have some new onboarding things. Is now a good time? I'm like, no! Oh, and talking about Witch Queen, because Bungie have been, or will be, acquired by Sony. And we were discussing it a lot this morning of why it's a very, very interesting thing. And it's mostly because it signifies that they're going to be doing something very interesting. Okay, Will's theory is they're going to be doing something very interesting as a new IP entry. I think that's the play that makes sense for that kind of expenditure. I don't think Destiny is going to make back... I don't think Destiny 2 on its own would make back that investment. And especially if they can't make it exclusive. And Sage Bell, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Let's try some afternoon puppers. Here we go. That's much better. Just a pretty environment to hang out. Make sure dogs are having a good time. I keep seeing stuff and I want to run over there and be like, what's that dog doing? What's that dog doing? Oh, there we go. I'm being careful, go ahead. I think that needs a different, it definitely needs a different film. There we go. Look at that little face. God, this game's amazing. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, for industry banter, it's been a great day. I cannot state how impressed I am by this game's entire ability to destroy any train of thought or any conversation that I'm having by just being wonderful. And I was trying to touch on this earlier, and I sort of did. Shit, yep. Don't need to ask me twice. I'll pet dogs. I'll pet dogs all day. Just so feckin' happy being there. I mean, if you think for a second, all those boats are currently being piloted by dogs. It's a good one. But the thing we were talking about earlier was, it's a wonderful thing to celebrate that we are at a time and place in games where this is as valid an expression as, you know, shooty gun bang, fighting games, you know, just straight up murder. Oh, also, Scotty, you managed to take the Yaldum while I wasn't looking. Is that a haunting bleach flat Eric? Well, anyway, Scotty, the Yaldum is yours. What will you do with your newfound power? Because there's certain kinds of games that I don't stream. Mostly because I find them too engaging and therefore I'm not chatting and talking with you lot. So you'll notice, like, I don't do a lot of strategy games, I don't do a lot of, like, RTS titles. And that's not because I don't like them, it's because I get into the feckin' zone. The reason I think Vampire Coast worked so well when we played it was because I could sit back with artillery and just cackle. But then, like, trying to balance all the great many things of that... Oh, that's a lovely picture. Trying to balance a great many things from that game was tricky, to say the least. Oh yes, and we are literally a giant camera with one wobbly hand. But this is a game that I won't be streaming again because it's too good. I can't focus on anything apart from the dogs. Look at this dog. Look how feckin' styling he is. He knows what's up. Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. I don't know, Scotty. I think Jarl Eric's got a good. It's got a good pop to it. Hello, little Fritchie. Yeah, that's a cool dog. That dog knows style. Frenchies on adventures. And Kisa, I think I will end up playing through this game. Because it's a joyous place to spend time. Lucums, how are you doing this evening? What ho, friend? Hello, hello. I'm absolutely loving it. Like, it's just... It's so happy. It's so happy. Oh, and that was a terrible bloody throw. Yeah, sorry. You three, I let you down. It was a bad throw. I don't think this dog has learned quite how to relax yet, so... and Sagebell, you can't pet the humans. Much like real life, it is frowned upon. If we can summon the... Darn it, I don't know if I can get a good angle on this pupper. See what I mean? Just, here's me still... Here's me still trying to bring about some semblance of a conversation, and I'm just getting distracted by this lovely, lovely game. Can I put the bucket on the dog's head? A fascinating question. Hello, Amos. How are you doing? No, I can hand him the bucket though. which does look very good. Look at this little bub. Just off. Be well. Be cheerful, tiny pupper. Be cheerful. His little face. Oh, thank you, Kisa. Or unless you weren't talking about the composition, you were talking about the actual level, which is very pretty. I mean, I've talked your ear off, friends, so many times about, you know, like, economy of art style and things like that, but again, this game is looking to do one thing and do it very well, which is be hecking adorable, be bloody lovely. And its dedication to just that shouldn't be underestimated. You know, it's no different than trying to create an experience, you know, more around, like, you know, power fulfillment, combat, content, that kind of thing. Trying to evoke this warm, happy, lovely place that we're at, it's no small feat. And, you know, it requires a very, very talented team. Oh my god, look at him! I do not like that angle, though. My gangly ass legs hanging over him. So we need a skateboarding dog. Okay. And a photo of the arcade to get it back open again. What the bloody hell's this? Oh, it's a little dog bed! Fuck! Fucking cute nonsense. Alright. Come hang out in the dog bed? Come hang out in the dog bed? No? Again, friends, I apologise that I keep trying to make a point and then just letting it slide. It's really hard. Because this game is doing such a wonderful job of engaging in exactly what it wanted to do, which is cute animals having a good time. You know, if we equated this to like a combat game, it's, you know, tight gameplay loop, good controls, does exactly what it says in the tin. I guess there are some unique quirks to this that make it very interesting. Okay, this looks more like a sinister. But sadly, we need it for sneak into the old arcade. We don't have to keep it because it's not a picture of dogs. Close up of a surfing dog. There we go. Yeah, parkour, if you will. The other thing about this is dogs playing arcade machines. Hope you're having a good time. Don't mean to distract you with scritchies. Look at his little fuck. Look at his little face. I can't take it. I can't take it. Shackle, because we're literally a walking camera with one giant long gangly arm. Oh, word. Also, you can post these photos to Dognet, and the more points of the better your photo is, the more points you get back in terms of like followers and likes, which unlock more like dog toys and more camera tools. But they're not required. Sorry, what I was trying to say was Boomerangi Generation uses photography to get you to look at the granular, to get you to drop you into a world that is simultaneously familiar and bizarre, and get you to look at what it is that they're trying to say with that game, what it is they're trying to put forward. Boomerangi Generation is a game about being the last generation. It is a game about being powerless as the world around us falls apart, so we might as well just vibe. It uses photography mechanics to get us to focus in certain ways to see things that aren't obvious at first glance, and that's very clever. Whereas this game is about being really happy. The objectives are very simple, but it's not like with Pokemans where it's like, have you taken a photo of every kind of, I don't know, Ditto or whatever? Oh, better go around the safari again. This is content to play fast and loose with what you put forward to complete objectives, because it wants you to have it wants you to have fun. It wants you to find these little moments all your own and then celebrate them. Now, there are some... Yeah, I'm just going to recycle that one. I do not like that picture. There are some choices in this game that I find curious. I think the limited photos... Okay, the limited number of photos you can take before you decide which ones you want to keep and get rid of is a smart way, but I don't know. It slows you down from taking 100 photos by mistake. So I understand its use. It's a little clunky. And yeah, Kisa, you're right. We're going to get more photo reels as we play. I think there's one I can unlock that gives me an extra 4 slots and stuff like that. MDH, we did have 69 followers for a sec, and I did not respond to that. I will be tending my resignation at the end of the stream. Look at that fancy dog. Look at that fancy dog.
If this game was any more cute, I think Quill would be in danger of going into convulsions.
I don't know if I feel like I've been close so far. You know? And again, once you have saved the pictures, they just do you a nice output render. Because one of the things we were talking about earlier, one of the things I tried to talk about earlier but failed was the game Nuts, which was the kind of the narrative...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Sub for resignation.
Yeah, Ferric. Thank you for throwing in that sub. 30 months only to find out that I'm tending my resignation. I know, shocking. Thank you. Bacon, I didn't say thank you for the 200. Let no one say that I'm not grateful. No, so Nuts was a game that featured photography and featured cameras. However, the game was a story game at its core. And so they didn't take into consideration people would want to keep the pictures. Two new followers. Get to 55 followers. Unlock dress up dogs. I'm sorry, what? You can now approach dogs and edit their outfits. What? Excuse me? Let's make him the cutest little Mother Hubbard of all time. Right, so add outfit. Oh no, okay, so outfits. We can dress him up as a sausage because he's a sausage dog. Fuck, that's cute. Okay. Burb! How am I supposed to choose? Fine. Alright, it's definitely between Fancy Top Hat and Burb. I'll leave Burb on, but I will be taking recommendations. Now, you know what? Not a glasses kind of dog. The cone of shame. See, if we go for the Top Hat, he can have a fancy... I've got 2 for the bob and 1 for the top hat. Okay. Alright, Moose, you make a good point. It's not me that decides whether I get to be here every day, it is you lot. As if tending my resignation would get me out of this. What's it? No early retirement. What's it we used to say in the 95th? There's no such thing as early parole. In, out, dead quick. Sadly, Scotty, we don't have Pirate Hat and Cutlass. Fancy hat, burb. You know what? We'll go for it. Wait. There we go. Okay, that was feckin' cute. This game is a treasure. What are you doing up there, Frenchie? You're not supposed to be on the arcade machines. When I said you needed to get into video... Here's a dog driving his car into the arcade. Here's a fancy dog on a quest. Going to have some adventures. Hang on a second, French. Sorry. Just Amos eating his dinner with the fervour of someone trying to... I don't know what he sounded like. He sounded like one of those noises Nick Cage makes when he's getting weird. There he is. Moped dog riding away from his problems. Okay, moped dog. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be... Ah, no! Better believe I'm saving all of these. There he is, just not giving a heck. Driving his moped through the arcade. Neither of these two is tall enough to reach the... I don't know if I can handle this game. I'm not saying that sarcastically. This might be more than I can... There we go, Scooty McWoof. Got a dog and a scooter. A while ago... Oh, okay, so they want us to clear up the skate park before we can unlock it. Alright, that's cool. Sorry. Oh, God. Alright, I think there's a dog working the ice cream stand, but don't quote me on that. Okay, so we've got to clean up the skate park so we can have skating dogs. Done and done. Friends, I do not remember what I was talking about before. Probably a celebration of video games, or probably saying thank you to somebody. But yeah, we found it. A game that renders me almost completely unable to converse. Yeah. only dogs now. It's only dogs. But we are going to get the skate park cleaned up for skating dogs. Lyris, your request for a dog in a top hat has been recorded. What if that dog in a top hat was having a snooze? What if it was a sleepy dog? I've got to recycle a few of these. But they're both so cute. And we know we've saved them, so it's okay. But yeah, no, sorry, to those of you who just joined us this evening, how was your weekend, friends? Tell me your tales. I don't have any stories to tell. We watched Peacemaker finally. Oh, well, that which of Peacemaker has been put out. I tried to catch up on Doom Patrol, but due to a combination of good food and trying to have a bevy last night, I slept through, not the entirety, but I slept through all the boring bits of... Sorry, all the good bits of the last 3 episodes of Doom Patrol. So, Lucams has been all about the Pokemon. Ah, yes! How have you all been finding that? When to think how long it's been in the works of getting an open world Pokemon game like that. Like, it's real happy to see it going down. Oh, nice! Finks has been working on vector art for a new icon for the new name. Lovely. Now remember, friends, there's nothing wrong with changing your online handle, but please make sure your other stuff matches, because I will not remember who's who. That's nothing against your lovely selves. What's this? Oh, I think I've got an idea, but let's just find out first. What are you two doing out there? That's not safe. Oh, they're just ninja flipping up. It's a little lullaby for making him snooze! Fuck, this game's cute. Oh, and Jackie, I hope we said happy birthday to you. If we didn't, a belated happy birthday, friend. I'd rather say it twice than forget. God, that was fucking cute. We could get puppies that want to snooze. So many dogs up here. Guess what it is? It's everybody's a puppy nap time. So sleepy. So snoozing. I guess some of them have got a little bit too much enthusiasm.
If only it was that easy with Amos, and me, right?
Don't even joke. Don't even joke. He does snooze a fair wedge. And he's very cute when he's sleeping. Plus, and I think I was talking to you all about this the other day, but like... So apologies if you're getting a stream story twice, but one of the things that's been really nice to see is Amos doing the relaxed sleeps. That is to say, like the full on stupid, like legs up, like head hanging back, just like snoozing, as opposed to the more kind of like guarded, curled up, like eyes at the door. Like seeing him do that really does warm my little heart, and it's a nice reminder that it's, you know, it's not about us, it's about him, right? The dog trying to work the bike there. Sorry. The reason why I keep asking you all like what you're up to is because my life is dog right now. What have I been doing these last couple of days? Dog. What do I talk about? Dog. What takes up all of my time and focus? Dog. So the downside, sadly, being that I don't have a lot of. Oh, we can make a dog even cooler. Aw, what's up, buddy? Are you too cool for school? But what if you were even cooler? Yeah. Should I put it backwards? There we go. Still, too many humans for my liking. I reserve the right to think that those aren't actually humans, but they're like, you know, automatous dog companions. Look at this little baby beagle, just so excited. Oh, got neat eyes. I think we've got all the items found as well. No, that's probably more. Hey! How in the hot feck are you doing? Friends, Longshipians, newcomers, what a welcome to the most relaxing video game ever! A game so heartwarmingly charming as to almost make me devoid of conversation. So who have we got in? Toll, how are you doing, friend? It feels like it's been 1,000 years. Making Mick, Walking Wampus. What ho and welcome. Hello, hello. Left Dev, how goes it? Oh, you've been on Chicory. Oh, lovely. God. I mean, I don't want to bang the same conversational drum, but one of the things that I was trying to talk about earlier was how 2021 was such an incredible year for video games, and that I think the point I was trying to make earlier and failing was that back in the day you would have games, some of them were AAA, but it was just games as a whole, and then on digital distribution services like Xbox Live you'd have the indies section, where weird and quirky little titles would be available for like a handful of Microsoft points. Now, like, indies make up the bulk. Like the it went down and did a snooze! I gotta take a picture. Sorry, I make the rules. This is why I've not been able to talk. Oh, he's a bit too big for that dog bed. Okay. Sorry. Go back on that. And it's been fascinating because like games like this and Vampire Savior and so many other like indie bangers at varying levels have been such huge forces in our little industry, and it's so lovely. Yeah, this game is just a gorgeous celebration. It uses the photography mechanics in such a different way from other titles, as this isn't just Pokemon Snap but dogs. It's got its own kind of vibe, its own kind of celebration, and I really appreciate it. So good. So good. Woohoo! Also, we reopened the dog park. And we're out of... photos for the evening. Sorry, one of the in-game mechanics is that you can post photos to Dognet. As you do that, you get more points that you can... Oh, look at his little face! Look at the little king of the castle. You know, you said you wanted... See if there's a slightly smaller top hat. Okay. Look at his little face. Oh my life. Look at it. Yeah. So to those of you who've just joined us, this is why I have failed to talk about anything interesting since we started playing this game. Because it is a joyous celebration. Anyway. Toll, you're right. Have been having a lot. Today has been a good day. Oh, today's definitely been a better day, you know? But aside from chicory and things, how's it been going with you? I feel like I haven't seen anybody in like 1,000 years. So Walking Wampus was saying the first giant indie game that pops to their head is Slay the Spire. I mean, that's entirely valid. Also, they're a local Washington team, but I haven't had a chance to like get to know them yet, you know? Also, I just realised that the lamps are designed to look like dogs from a distance. So that's pretty impressive. See the two eyes, little dog mouth there? Right on the horizon. Just worked that out. Tulsa's been a good week. Newest partners come to visit Friday for 5 days. Oh, lovely. Given the old Seattle tour. Yeah, Lev Dev, if you played the drink every time Will gets distracted by dogs, you would probably have to get a stomach pump. I'd feel incredibly guilty. God, what a glorious game. I'm just going to look out across this lovely dog... Oh, actually, we can go check out the dog skate park. Where dogs are doing cool tricks and being cool. Ah, this game is good. Also, I've got leftover chicken katsu curry to look forward to, so I'm very happy. Oh, aren't you the fanciest of... Oh, look at how feckin'... Oh, I'm not ready for this game. You know what? Here you go, fancy dog. Have fancy ice cream. This whole feckin' game. Trying to find out where I need to be. Yeah, there we go. So that's when he's going to do the cool tricks. So I'll just have to play the waiting game. So good. So good. Oh, and the thing is, it's not just like... It isn't just cuteness for cuteness' sake as well. It slowly unfurls it. There's such a wonderful wholesomeness to it that I'm so impressed by. But yeah, no, the thing I was desperately trying and failing to say like a couple of times throughout the day is just the breadth and depth of what we have access to in games, of what is a hit, what is successful, of what you can achieve and what you as a player can experience is incredible. Like, you can go from this to Tarkov, like that. There is nothing stopping you. There's no preconceptions, there's no judgment. Like, you can spend your time in this gorgeous, wholesome indie world, just absolutely, like, feel the metaphorical sand between your toes, because I actually like the beach. I know, shocking. And then you can go into something that is stodgy and meaty and gritty, that is coarse on purpose. Like, and there's nothing stopping you. Yeah, the light post is a dog. I realised that when you came on in. Sage Bell's still nursing their hangover from last night. When was my... No, Sunday was my hangover day. Yeah, no, Sunday was my hangover day. Oh, I drank so much Saturday night. It's just, you know how it is, friends, when like the pressure of everything, and you're like, right, I'm done with work for the week. And then, as I was saying to the Longshipians, we took the dogs to the dog bar, which is great because they can run around and get the energy out. And then we can have a bevy, and then we just drank. He slept through the alarm and work. Oh! Agananiki says they've been playing and enjoying Bug Fables recently, which is a lovely midpoint. Jackie, I believe there's a small little, what do you call it, ocean in the way. Levdev, so the place is called Voff Dog Park, or it used to be called Voff Bark and Brew. And it's a little place, not too far from us. What's wonderful about it is that it, during lockdown, the owner rebuilt it to be COVID safe. So there's one way in, separate way out, contactless doors, and the whole place is outside. So it's a little chilly at this time of year, but it's good. Like, and before we got Amos, it was a great place that we could go and take River and have a little bit of that feeling of being outside, being a human again. Now we've got Amos, we get to spend some time again outside being grown-ups, but then he can just run and play because there's quite a few other I forget the term for the kind of breed Amos is. I mean, I know he's a pit bull mix, but alright, well, my brain's drawing a blank. But he can play along with like other pit bull mixes and stuff. So, Toll's new partner also has a dog called Amos, who looks similar but isn't a pity. Oh. But yeah, Levdev, it is a little hidden. You can miss it. And they rebranded it to Voff Dog Park because he was saying something about like by calling it Bark and Brew, people thought that they should bring their unsocially acclimatized dogs along. Well, see, Toll, great minds. Our little one is also named after Amos from The Expanse, and it is the exact correct name to yell across a dog park. Amos, stop it! Oh, lordy. So yeah, that's what's been going on with us. It does mean that all my stories are either here's something about the games industry I contemplated at 3 o'clock in the morning when I couldn't sleep, or let me tell you about my dog. Scotty, I'd do that and get my hand bitten off. Oh god. Sagebell was saying that their mum stopped by with their puppy, full-sized Australian Shepherd. She's already the same size and height as Rosie. Oh my god. Okay, so Sage, I gotta ask. So, what led to your Sunday night? Or was it Monday night? Monday night party night. Oh, Sage, it's Bully Breeds, isn't it? Thank you. So Scotty,
Dags.
Dags? Do you like Dags? So Scotty, I am up to date on the show. I haven't started the books because I haven't had time to listen or read. And I don't want to spoil stuff for people but I did get very drunk watching the finale and did spend a large amount of time posting Belter Loader on all my socials. To varying levels of success, I might add. Sage was saying, oh, their podcast wanted to go out on an industry night. So I take it was a very good industry night. Oh, Agananiki, that sounds like a lovely day. Oh, well, sorry, that sounds like a lovely trip. My apologies. Scotty, I'm drawing a blank, but that might just be due to nonsense-related focus. Oh. You know what, Agananiki? Worth it. Sorry, Agananiki was saying that the legs are now full of holes, as one of the cats is one of those that when they're happy, they kind of dig the claws in. Yeah. Used to live with a cat who, he was a biter when he was happy. Like, if you pet him and he really likes you, he'd just go, oh, on your hand. It's the amount of times he'd be like, teeth in thumb, and I'm being like, that's a good boy! That's fine! That's fine! That's fine! Pet the cat. Then Scotty, I must have missed it. Jax, you're right, that does sound like your cat, Bitey. Bless him. Oh. Hang on, do I... Oh, I don't have anything else to be... I'm absolutely saving that. Dognet's not going to get at me. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I saved all of our fancy photos before we moved on. Fancy dog, surveying all of his kingdom. Ah, Scotty, thank you. I'll have a look at that later. What's that dog around me? Dog eggs. Okay, yeah. Photos have all been saved. We've got 13 bones. Let's see if there's anything we need before we move on. Camera parts. Increases your roll by 6. Makes your clients think they need glasses with this tricky camera part. Ooh, artsy film. Look at them. I think I'm just going to go for extra film for now. Oh, but I could get arty. Yeah, let's get arty. Oh. Oh! I've unlocked some new cool places. Oh, excuse me. Big stretch. So there's some new missions down here and a new place. Sagebell, see, I have a beret for just such an occasion. Because the amount of times I get all arty-farty about video games, Caffeine actually got me a beret. But it's somewhere in here! We are making more headway with the flat. Like, the living room looks like a living room now with just a couple of things strewn about. And Fiona's little office is, I mean, it's very cramped, but it's halfway there, you know. The guineas are set up, Fiona's rig's set up, and her back of. Just a lot of stuff. We're hoping maybe like by the end of this weekend we'll be ready to start like working on this one, because the lights aren't set up. I still need to muffle the some of the sound coming out of here, and touch wood, if I get everything set up proper, I get to have like a little Gundam building station across here, which I'm really looking forward to. Plus I'll be able to have like crafting streams and have this actually leave the stuff up, which would be great. Because it's, as I'm sure you know, like crafting streams are fun, but it's having to set it up and take it down each time. It's very exhausting. But one of the things Fiona and I agreed on was that this is the last bit that we'd set up. See, like, I mean, you can see it's a sea of boxes. I haven't moved the shark picture because I don't know. I need to be reminded of the fact that I missed that. Be reminded of my shame. But our goal is to get all of this unfurled and then start getting it into a proper good state, you know? Hopefully. Oh, no. There we go. Hopefully. Let's check out the Mutropolis. God, I'm going to play so much of this game. Friends! It is His Majesty, King Dag. Look at his little face. I have noticed your photography following growing. There is a task which I require assistance with, but your fame is still growing. You might not be experienced enough. Gain 150 followers, so I know I can trust you. Ah, yes. That is how one should judge the... Look at this little guy!
Thank you, Will, for this time.
Lost Flowers, you're incredibly welcome. And, like, thank you for a year. Like, a bunch of people have been celebrating some massive sprees today, and I really hope I have conveyed how fucking awesome that is. Thank you. It does mean you have the final form of the longship, but in doing so, you acquired the Yalden. So you got to decide what you want to do. Oh wow! Sorry, Kisa was saying that as one of the accessibility. If the idea of dogs playing by or near cars makes you nervous, because as a dog owner, like, you would not want your dogs to be doing that, and this is a game that looks to like evoke empathy. You can turn off dogs near cars in the options menu just so that people don't get nervy. Just this. Okay. Look. You are very cute. This is, friends, this is why I can't carry a conversation. Look at this dog. Look at this game. That is fucking cute. I just. Could go to the park. I am ready to cry. This game is so lovely. Oh wow, this whole environment's wonderful. Life imitating art. Hang on, I need a... Oh, that's definitely the way to go. And before you ask me, yes, I know there are other filters, other lenses other than fisheye. But... So what's this? We've unlocked a tool that just confuses them. And what's this? Oh, it's a Roomba! If we need to clear dogs out of an area, we can do that. Thank you, Roomba, you scare him. This game is so fucking cute! Sup, ducks? Okay, that last one's good. Take a photo of a duck. Take a photo of a dog with a fire hydrant. Let's go!
I would like to christen the pup with the thick circle glasses, say Borktian.
That's mega grand. No, that's definitely the name. Alright, we need to get a photo of a dog on a bike. Also, the big city looks like gigantic bones and fire hydrants. This is wonderful. Just hope you all can forgive me for my inability to carry a conversation. Though there's something very, very interesting about this game that, if you think about when it started, we were just at a beach. Excuse me, hold that thought. A fancy gentleman has come to visit us. Hello, fancy gentleman. Are you having a good day? Please continue about your way, fancy gentleman. Oh, you're okay. I threw the Roomba in the lake. Yeah, you're fine. You're okay. Oh, God. I always wondered why people would consider like Alsatians to be scary dogs. I guess because of the size and the bulk. But if you've ever known an Alsatian, they... I'm sorry, am I interrupting your work? They are scaredy cats and stupid. Oh, you look like a fanciful motorcyclist. Fanciful cyclist. That dog's giving me kind of like a Wes Anderson vibe, you know? Seriously, I am incapable of holding a conversation. Alright, is this the sleepy one or is this the other one? Oh no, I spun the dog! Oh no! That's just... God, this game is just wonderful. Whatever it was, friends, whatever it was that I was about to tell you, whatever it was I was trying to convey in terms of like games and conversations, it's gone. Scotty found out, so it turns out, friends, this game is available on Game Pass, so you can just go get it. I did get angry. I did get an angry review of that particular picture that it does not contain. Hang on. It does not contain dogs. That one's so good. Yeah, I could quite happily spend just hours in this game. Just be in there. Yeah, whatever my clever thoughts and points were from before, they are gone. Oh, I think I was trying to say thank yous. Yes. I think that sounds like me. That sounds like me. Oh, bleed Nora. But at least, Scotty, you know what you're doing with the rest of your evening. Alright, friends, I've got to admit defeat and get a jumper. I am cold. I'll be back in just a second. I know. I bring shame on my family. One of the things that I seem to have lost during lockdown is my cold resist. Again, I know pretty much my entire life is dogs or dog bar related, but we've gone to the dog bar a couple times, and I've been chilly to the point of shaking. Me, the one who's supposed to be resilient, like built to resist the cold. I've lost that superpower. These are tragic times, my friend. Tragic indeed. Thankfully, we have dogs. Alright, let's actually, before I BRB, I'll bring you back down to this. Look at him, he's chasing the fucking car! I love this game too much. Alright, I'll be back in a second.
Stop that incessant clicking.
a good puppy sometimes. I came out of here and I was like, how's Amos been? Has he been alright? Fiona's like, no. Did I miss a thing? Okay. Crux, thank you for throwing the bits in. Lyris as well. Whoever the spooky ghost was that gifted a sub to Shield Maiden Sanctuary, sincerely thank you. Oh God! Sorry, I turned over and that's what's happening. It's big dog. Amos, leave that. Don't you know, loves?
I just made the connection. The game is the will equivalent of a dog randomly going squirrel.
Well, this hype train is officially being run by DAGS. Bacon, thank you as well. I think we've made it. Friends, I think we've made a lot of... This is what was going down while we were away. Got a little pocket.
And Dag Train.
Dag Train. Woo! Thank you all. I don't think I've really said it much today because I've been mostly distracted by dogs and games industry news, but like, all of you, like, thank you. Great.
Puppy hype train.
A hype train for wills currently run by dogs. Agonaniki, bravo, friend, bravo. The duck's just here, mind its own business. Oh, it's the fancy lad. Yeah, you can have some more pets. So fancy. Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Fucking you. God, like I said, while this game has obliterated my ability to carry on conversation, it's just such a... Excuse you. It's just such a wonderful, happy celebration of a game. And I think it's one of the things, if you take away anything from today, it's that a genuine and earnest celebration of things to be happy about is a legitimate way to start a game. Because we've spent so long as an industry focused on conflict that it's like we need to create an environment which must be based in conflict. Like there has to be... It's like there has to be something to... Wait, didn't mean to do that, I'm sorry friends. There has to be something to like kick it all off from. There has to be something to contend against. The idea of creating a title where you just can be is wonderful. We have the tools and resources to just make like wonderfully happy places to spend our time. And that's really powerful, you know? I often hear in this, like, when people discuss like cinema, like, this is a world I'd love to live in. And, you know, we can give people that step further. What is this world about? What is it about? Dogs being happy. And your job is to catalogue that. You know, it's not catch every pokey type, it's not find every spooky ghost, it's not, you know, document the last moments of civilization. So hang out with this big boofer right here. And our big boofer's over there in the other room. Oh! He has been superseded by another dag. Oh no. Just these two want to hang out. Oh come on, they look so cute together. I've got to get the picture. Alright, I'm just trying to say nice things to people, so you go catch the frisbee. Oh no, it fell in the water! I'll have to go get it for him in a second. Aganiki says it's interesting how much there's a focus on competitive games, that cooperative or constructive games are unusual. I mean, I don't say that at the fault of anybody. Competition is something that we understand. You know, video games came from, you know, video games were born of other elements of...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch-villain Shredder.
Lyrus, you fucking legend. Lyrus, thank you for gifting 5 subs like a fucking hero. Sorry, forgive my swears. You managed to tag Scar Red Tiger, Torkuno, Kumakori, R Cyber, and Liriddle? Liriddle? Well, Lyrus, thank you. Alright. But no, like, video games as a medium came from an emulation of other parts of culture, you know, be it board games or sports or what have you, conflict. They're easy concepts to understand, and video games kind of precedented on there being the concept of a winner. But as we've grown up, as our medium has progressed, we no longer need games where the goal is to win, be it against a challenge or against another person. We can create games where there isn't really conflict. So this is why I've been using the term non-conflict games, because you can have a game that is cutesy and adorable, but is still based around conflict. So like Ooblets. Yes, it's not about like, you know, monster pit fighting. It's 2 cute creatures having a dance-off. But the goal of the game is still, like, defeat your opponent. This time through, like, it's a disambiguation of Pokemon, where instead of attacks, it's dance moves. But you know what I mean? Whereas this doesn't really have conflict, and it's not really puzzles, per se. You have to find and then photograph. But that's not a challenge. It's about, like, exploration and expression. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, and Clank, Watto friend, welcome back. I don't know, it's just something I think about. Yeah, Lyrus, there's no competition, there's chill exploration. Yeah, and Phyllis, you're right, like, you know, the earliest commercial games were digital pub games. A large proportion of the
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch-villain Shredder.
Fucking yo! It's Fearless not to be outdone, eh? Your iconic fan of knives. You managed to get Mr. Krashk Zagraves, a Longshipian regular, Lesevenixlutuk, which I'm exactly sure that's how you pronounce it, Quad, and the Bromanduk, a Chimerian friend combining the powers of the bro, the man, and the duke together. And Fred, welcome back. I was just, whilst the train was going on, and in one of these brief moments where I've actually been able to capture a thought and follow it through, because this game is so wonderful, I keep losing all semblance of conversation. Oh, no, Lyra's Duke, the Duke is when you take the Duke and kind of like, you merge 3 of them together, like... Just checking. Sticking my head round the corner and Amos gives me that, I'm not doing anything, look. It's like, mate, I can never tell. Sorry, where was I? If it's not these dogs making me lose my train of thought, it's that dog. God. I love him, but he takes up so much life. No, so Fred, what I was having a natter about was how we've moved away from conflict in games of being the only form of expression in that space, and not even necessarily being narrative storytelling as the secondary. This is a game that is putting forward an experience. It is not telling a story in the traditional sense. There is one, but but it's not putting forward a challenge. This isn't a can you be the best photographer game. This isn't a can you work out the complexities of these visual puzzles game. Just celebrate dogs. Oh, Lyris, you're entirely right. Too many dukes merged into one does make for a gigantic dingus. And it's a lovely thing to celebrate. Like, that we're at that point in a medium where we're kind of finding our own space. Also, I am saving and posting all of these to Dognet because I can. Yeah. Well, these are good photos. Might as well post them while we're all having a natter. I need to recycle a couple of these ducks. They know what they did. But I'm saying it's closer to a visual novel than a traditional game with every page of the novel saying, puppies! But that's the thing, it's God, it's one of those things that we can only really have in our medium. The game doesn't really have a beginning. We've not really been introduced. Even though we're...
This painter puppo is Rembork.
It's Rembork. I love it. Miyaki Sakura is expecting a few of these on social media later. The hard part is going to be just choosing them. Honestly, I think I'm just going to do, for my little Facebook, I'm just going to do a fuck off library of all of them because I cannot choose. I can only post 4 on bloody Twitter. But no, sorry. Jumping it back. This is an experience in the sense of this is a place to be. The photography mechanics in this aren't designed to challenge us like a puzzle or like an artist. They're to get us to stop and breathe it all in, It's to give us the pacing to be in this place. And I think that's very, very powerful. So many puppies. So many puppies. Oh, feckin' yo. And that, dear friends, was our second train. So sincerely, thank you. Because I am not holding conversations well today, so I'm amazed any of you are putting up with me. But I'm very grateful. Well, hello to you too. Yeah, tiny puppy train. I have so many questions. But they're just living their little best lives, just having a swing. Look at this little thing! Give you a good spin. Feckin' wee! Feckin' wee! Alright, this dog might be a little too small for this. Oh, and these two are having a snooze inside the train! Fuck! I'm not ready for how cute this game is. They're all just having little snoozes inside. They're so good! My little... There's... Oh, it's the dog work cruise. Oh, that's it. While Safety Dog looks ever onward. I unlocked some like surrealist packs for... Sorry, I got some surrealist art packs for like additional pictures. Oh, I need a photo of them. Darn it! Oh, darn it! And that's all our photos we can upload for today. Kind of want them to go back to looking at each other. Yeah, pretend I'm not here. Pay no attention to the person. Or the camera. I was about to say, pay no attention to the person behind the camera, and I realised we're actually a giant sentient walking camera. Nah, this is their life now. I love it. Ah, so good. Fred's saying that for a challenge mode, try and get me into a medium-length conversation while talking about puppers. I'm failing so hard already. Like, that's a challenge. That's not... Look at this dog, living their best life. It's okay. Like I said, so long as each photo has been already saved to favorites, then it's kept for the rest of forever. So we don't have to worry about losing anything. Actually, we can do better. God, I love this game. It's also, the other thing I wanted to mention is that this is also just like a joyous environment and a celebration for the celebration of, you know? Oh, I'm so sorry. That caught me right off guard. I don't like that reversey Percy filter. I'm gonna go up here. Though I'm somewhat reminded of Fat Bird. I'm somewhat reminded of Paradise Killer, with especially our movement and the surrealness of it all, but like in a wholesome way. I think the thing I was trying to capture was that, like, the animals, the environment, the loveliness of it all, none of it is being used for anything more than a celebration. It's all incredibly happy, incredibly lovely. And I'm not saying that you can't use this stuff to say important things. Friends, an airport for aliens, currently run by dogs, is such a lovely, funny, wholesome game. But it says some real shit. Okay, let me phrase that. I don't mean it says things that are shit. There's some very, very real topics at the heart of an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. You could only really discuss by having it be so weird and cute. This game is literally... Well, you know what? I'm not going to speak with any authority on there, because I have been criticizing other people for that. In that this could be a game that says some very, very real stuff. Or it could just be literally what we're seeing. I think the thing that I wanted to celebrate is that the cuteness of this, the dogs and everything, none of it is like emotional manipulation. Which makes it 100 times better than anything Naughty Dog have put out. Oh, I went there. I'm still mad. Oh, Naughty Dog's so good. Let's give them all their words. Cheap-ass manipulative bollocks they put through. Sorry. No amount of great vocal and physical performances are going to take the edge off the just... Oh, it's a dog stage! Alright, everybody shut up. Nothing else matters. Hell! Oh, I didn't get the other ones. I need a different filter for this one. There we go. Got some like Shakespeare in the Park vibes going on here.
And here you see the Imp Theatre.
Graham is so good. Sorry, Shackle, thank you for the 200. Lyris, I didn't even see you fill the pint glass. I was so distracted by how fucking cute these dogs are. I'm gonna put a dog bed on the stage. Too much. Alright. Now let's see if nature takes its course. Ah. Sir Topham Hatt. And his jealous brother! Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, you can't quite make it out. Hang on, let me try some of the other... See if we can... Oh, God! Predator vision! There we go, that's the picture. Top dog! Fire dog here, making sure everything is safe. Okay, I'm sorry, friends. I promise I won't go off on another Last of Us Part 2 rant. Promise. Promise. I just, Business Cat. Oh, Business Cat needs a picture of the stocks going up. You're right, Shackle. It was Stanley Borkington III. Yeah. I'm still bearing a grudge after The Last of Us Part 2. It's Fred, it's not cowardice, it's restraint. Business Cat. Here to ruin this whole town. The Mountainous Nature Park is now open. Wait! I mean, yay, that's awesome. How? Is it here? That's fucking cool. Yeah, Scotty, we talked a lot about Nufters early on today, so I don't want to go back to that topic. Now we're in a celebration of how wonderful dogs are, but yeah. Walked that one back, didn't you, Troy? Sorry. And yeah, I want to save these lovely people from having to listen to me flip my lid again and again about The Last of Us Part 2. Oh, that was it. I was trying to get over to that last little, Look at this little happy one. Oh. Yeah, I need to... Let me grab this bone so I can leave the area, come back, Bank a few movies. A few shots. Movies. Oh. Yeah, I stole your bone. Okay, sorry about that. So, Fred, I guess the TLDR, and this is not going into any details or spoiling anything about The Last of Us Part 2, I personally felt that it was incredibly emotionally manipulative in very cheap ways. And it does not give you... It gives you knowledge, not agency in some situations. And I really hate that. Fred's waiting for me to say something controversial. It's less the controversialness of it. Like, it's one of those ones where, from a technical standpoint, it's an incredible achievement. And from like the craft of making a game, once again, they beast this incredible thing that they mastered before, which is making you feel like you're in this the flare lens. Get shot straight from a blockbuster movie with this cinematic part. Monochromer, it's colourful film flavours. Once again, apparently I'm strong bad. Oh, cool. I'm gonna buy a pixel lens. Let's just do a thing. And a flash if we want it. No, sorry. Last of Us Part 2 still succeeds in doing this incredible thing where they make it feel like you're in a massive open world game where you literally can't walk down the street. But it's kind of like with replaying Telltale games, that when you can see how it's telling the story at you, it loses a lot of its weight. With that one, I felt with 2, it's trying to set you up into these situations to get you to give a heck. I don't know, I think it's perhaps since going... Alright, give me a couple minutes on this one and then I'll promise I'll change topic. Having been a huge Game of Thrones fan, and now watching other like attempts at that kind of dark fantasy, even dark fantasy with a sprinkling of the old political, I realised just how much of Game of Thrones as an arcing story is misery for misery's sake. And it's a cheap technique, just being awful to your characters. Essentially getting us as the audience to empathise with them, but just being horrible. Like, with no payoff towards that. It's very similar to the what's in the box technique, but then when you open the box, it's just a middle finger. Scotty, I can't sadly comment onto the books as I've not had the chance to read them. I'm a very slow reader as is, and a lot of my free time I get to actually read. Like, give me... I'm comfort reading a lot of Pratchett at the moment. Anyway, after watching a lot of the adaptation of The Witcher, I realised just how much of Game of Thrones' adaptation had been very, very emotionally manipulative. And perhaps it's just, again, you see the techniques. And I'm getting a similar vibe the more I stop and think about The Last of Us Part 2. Now, this doesn't mean that it is bad, or it is a bad piece of art, or that my critique means it should be torn down. It's an interesting one, and it highlights a discussion about agency, which I think is worth having. Like agency in video games. Also, at some point, friends, we're going to unlock a spaceship. I'll go back to the lighthouse. Okay. Get 150 followers, unlock to the moon. Find a hidden quest. Here's another challenge. Take a really good photo for using from the far out pack. Do we have that? We do. Sure as shite not using that lens. Ugh. Oh, that's nice. Just get a nice, lovely photo of the beach. Yeah, Iris, we're going to space. Fred's saying that I'm failing at saying things he doesn't agree with. No, and it's more because I've gone on this a lot. The point of art is to convey experiences, to make us feel things, to make us, you know, think and discuss. And The Last of Us Part 2, as a piece of art, absolutely succeeds on every front to do that. I see he was on the boat today. It's some of the ways in which it did landed very negatively with me. And I think about it a lot. Oh, yes, hello. Are you the little captain? Are you the captain of the ship? Oh, yes, you are. Little captain ship. Oh, little captain ship does flip. Oh, you are the only yacht owner. Wait, hang on. So complete. Shop is now fully stocked. Skuvag. Hey kid, got some real talent. Can see your photos, but you're severely lacking in the fear department. If you unleash me from the vending machine, I can show you a new world of expression. All you have to do is watch. No! Pop you in the feckin' microwave, mate. We love the moon. She's beautiful. She watches over us at night. We love the moon. Oh, we unlocked the moon. One time, the moon go by, and the lick is back. He don't even know. Shit, you're right. We didn't dress him up. I actually think that hat suits him. Straw hat! Hang on. So that means... Yeah, there we go. You got like a bright window. Ah, that should do. Do you see that little stupid from the beach being like, yes, hello, I'd quite like to join the Straw Hats. Yes, it's my life to be on. Oh, I got the stick. I got the stick. Ah, Sir Boofington, I see you are well. Sadly, Loris, there isn't a ship's captain hat or a little sailor uniform. Which, let's be honest, is a crime. So what are we missing? The stripe lens, the flare lens, slow motion. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more bones. No pun intended. I'm not doing the fear challenge. That Roomba can... I was about to say a very bad thing then, but I don't want to swear in front of the dogs. They are beautiful and without sin. Yep. And saving the favourites. We've been here for 2 seconds. All we've taken is photos of a fancy dog on a boat. Alright, so let's leave this area. Now, do you want to check out... Because I haven't got too much longer. So do you want to check out... do you want to check out space or the rapids? Wait, you all want to go to space? I'm shocked and surprised by this turn of events. Oh. But no, Fred, jumping back. The reason why I didn't want to get into it is because I feel like I talk about it a lot. And after that year where it got so many awards poured on it, like, I'm stopping and thinking and being like, Volchi, I think you're outvoted. There's a lot of space going on right now. Also, how are you doing? What, oh friend? Hello, hello! We're going to the moon! No, I want to take photos on the moon. I never found the king! No, don't give me credits right now! I mean, obviously, congratulations to the game. The team that made this game is gorgeous and wonderful. Thank you. We're on the moon! We're on the moon! Now, this is some Zalavir tier nonsense, you know what I'm saying? The big jumps. Hello, space dogs. Greetings from Space Dog 1. Just remember, friends, in space, nobody can hear you, space. Yeah, I think we need to get somebody over here if we're going to take a photo of the DAG flag. I wonder how many doggy bones was that? That was 7. Lovely. Yeah, even the landing gear has little doggy feedy boots. A spaceport on the moon, currently run by dogs. Yo, I recognize that lighthouse. What if this is a prequel? Like, we never stopped to ask. I think in my little heart of hearts, this is definitely going to be related, you know? Yeah, we're going to need a skateboard. Oh, hello. Excuse me, aliens. We're going to go for a tour of the moon. Oh, yeah. Well, see, Scotty, you'd think if I throw a frisbee up here, the dogs are going to get a good run. But here's the problem. It's low gravity, so they're going to be able to run for ages. It's not going to tire the bloody dogs out. It's a terrible place. And Edwin, how are you doing, friend? Hello, hello. You know what? Whatever I was going to say, whatever I was nattering about, doesn't matter. The thing about games like this is they're just glorious. Like a wonderful celebration of. Also, props to them for doing the credits before. Oh look, it's Alien Moondogs. Hello. Hello, Alien Moondog. Get a better shot on that. There we go. Ah, hello, Space Officer Boofers. How are you? I think that was one of the things that probably messed me up when I was younger about the thing. Was that it turned into a dog, and then that dog ended up being all like. And there was another horror movie where it was like.
What is this? A spaceport for dog, currently run by aliens?
Oh my god, yeah! And what is this, if not but a castle on the moon? Pretty sure this is one of my favourite Mario 2 levels. And you're right, the thing was posing as a dog, so it wasn't actually a dog. Thank you, Fearless. Alright, let's see if we get Wi-Fi signal up here. Submit these. photo of every dog on Earth. Oh, we got a tiny flying saucer we can take photos with? Feck yes. I like this one. It's a picture of a, they wanted a picture of something minus a dag. Get a photo of aliens and a photo of a flying saucer. Wonderful. Oh, yes, I need to post to Dognet. Save it. 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 Can see people not being interested. Save it. Dognet. Look at this little one who stole the skateboards. Oh, that's a wonderful picture. So pretty. Is this the UFO? Oh, God. Well over jump there. Okay. It's a sonic screwdriver. Alright. Excuse me, hello? I was led to believe there was going to be an alien spaceship I could play with. Apparently, I'm also Perun now as well. Which reminds me, Lyris, I do need to work out when Perun days are happening. But there will be another. That's just a dog over there, just doing backflips on a skateboard on the moon. It's Perun on the moon. Welcome to the moon. Damn it! Wonder what this does. Oh, it's a dog whistle. Makes nearby dogs freeze. Okay. It was a sonic screwdriver. A violin music to make dogs sad and wistful. This game is so lovely. Okay. I tell you what, friends. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close because I think this is a good point. The sky is beautiful. The dogs are happy. I think this is a good place to bring our little adventures to a close for an evening. I really hope you've all enjoyed it. I know that this game has not been conducive to conversation, but you've got to admit the fact that it's so lovely and so adorable, and that's how I haven't been able to talk to you enough. Like, if you don't take that as a compliment, I don't know what to say. Plus, there's a whole other area you haven't seen, and I do expect a bunch of spam from this. Like, I'm posting so many of these photos. Actually, while I'm standing here and nattering some more. Yeah, there we go. Save. Post. Yeah. And that one was just praise the sun! Oh, Crystallian, I'm glad it was fun to sit back and have a listen through. I really appreciate that. Like, some days I have no idea if I'm doing good or bad. Some days. Right. You're alright, River. You're the only dog I want to take pictures of. Give cuddles too. Yeah, River's been a little bit poorly the last couple of days, so she's going to get extra attention this evening. Right. I need to thank Peoples, because without you lot, I wouldn't get to bloody do this. Oh no, it's the after credit Paw. Amos! Oh, Scotty, you're entirely welcome. And if you want to have a natter about this, I mean, that's what Discord's for. I probably won't get to chat to everybody until, like, midnight, but there we go. No, but seriously. J-Post, Lyris Dragon, Shackle Draconis, Bacon Avenger, Crux, Vanderbeast, Favor 6, Fearless Sun, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Wolfcrad, Down Under Dwarf, and to the Shadow Mage Alpha. Like, regardless of how many bits you threw in, it's a huge, huge part of what keeps this going. So, sincerely, like, for legitness, thank you. Our moderators this evening was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes of Moose. Thank you all. And those that subbed, resubbed. Some were celebrating 40 whole months. For others, Gitned, Kandarian, Spence Matt, Katie Watches Things, Can Crusher, J-Post, Vanderbeast, Shadow Mage Alpha, The Crystallian, Ereman, Shackle Draconis, Baron Sheep, Scotty Doggy, Ferric Phoenix, The Lost Flowers, Shield Maiden Sanctuary, R Cyber, Illyrial, butchered that one, Kumakori, Tokuno, Scarred Tiger, Brahmanduk, letter number string, Quad, Mr. Krashka, and Zagraves. Like, whether you were tagged by some of the hunters of House Carl or what have you, thank you. And House Carl is out, as always, Beckett Legends. To Fiona and Captain Stephanie Barnes, thank you kindly for throwing in hosts, that do help. And to Toll Tales and Flip, thank you for trusting me with your squads. Like, I hope I was vaguely entertaining. Friends, that was almost a cohesive end to a stream. It must be one of the signs of the great apocalypse. Lyris, thank you for sneaking in 100 at the end there. Feckin' yo. Alright. Alright, let me just check in on these peeps and see where they're at. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the varying monstrousness of Twitch ads to knock it off so I can make sure that these people are still streaming. Okay, it's a tricky one. That is not legit. Okie dokie. All right. Your choice is Final Fantasy VII or Arts and Crafts. Final Fantasy VII or Arts and Crafts. What strikes your fancy, my friends? Oh, it's very crunchy. Lyris would like a spot of the old Arts and Crafts. You know what? You were quickest on the draw, so I'm going to pass you all over to Shry. Look, friends, again, thank you for a lovely day. This game has been wonderful, and I've not had this much fun being unable to carry a conversation in a very, very long time. I mean it, like, it's a great compliment to a title to be like, look, I couldn't even natter at people. This game was that good. I think at the moment Shry's working on some crochet commissions. So, looks like a lovely way to spend an evening. No, you know what, Lyris? We'll drift on in from the moon. What raid call could even possibly encompass our experience of having gone to Dog Moon, having spent a whole day hanging out with the cute puppers? There's nothing. I've got nothing. But no, seriously, all of you, thank you. All right. On the subject of Discord, do check it out. Caffeine's running a Stellaris game on Saturday, and I believe a bunch of people are currently doing the Legends of Vox Machina watch party. So if you want to get in on that, go on over. All right. But from me, the nugs and the dogs. Have a lovely rest of your evening and good night.